Chapter 1166. With St. Crystals, he naturally needed to buy things. Yang Yin made a long list and ordered a large number of materials from Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong took a look at the list and was shocked. Each of these materials was extremely precious, and the quantity was huge. If he wanted to buy all of them, it would cost at least 40 to 50 million St. Crystals. Qian Tong wasn't worried about the St. Crystals. After all, Yang Kai had just made more than 100 million St. Crystals. He was just wondering why Yang Kai wanted to buy so many raw materials. Although he was puzzled, he didn't ask any questions and simply nodded. Shadow Moon Hall can't gather all these materials, but Nephew Yang can rest assured. This old master will contact the forces with which my Shadow Moon Hall has a good relationship and will definitely gather all these materials and send them to you within half a month. Then I'll have to trouble Senior. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Having said what needed to be said, Qian Tong told Yang Kai to go back and wait for news from Lu Yin about the opening of the sandfield. Yang Kai immediately took his leave. Qian Tong personally escorted Yang Kai out of Treasure Trove Pavilion before handing the list to Luo Qing. Quickly gather all the materials we can find. If it's not enough, contact the surrounding forces. As long as we don't lose money, we'll be fine. Yes. Luo Qing immediately left. Only then did Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er come over. Seeing the excited look on Qian Tong's face, Dong Xin'er asked softly, "Master, is that person amazing? Why do you think so highly of him?" Amazing. Qian Tong nodded heavily before glancing at his two disciples and sighing, "Don't underestimate him. He is a first-order Saint King, but he can kill a third-order Saint King cultivator." Wei Guchang's eyes flashed as a look of surprise appeared on his face, but he quickly calmed down. Because when he was a first-order Saint King, he could also kill ordinary third-order Saint Kings, so he didn't think this was anything special. From the looks of it, he does have some skills. Dong Xin'er pondered for a moment before pursing her lips into a smile. But even so, it's not worth it for Master to personally befriend him. Could it be that Master intends to absorb him into the Shadow Moon Hall? Absorb him into the Shadow Moon Hall? Qian Tong laughed and said self-deprecatingly, "I'm just afraid that he won't take a liking to him." It can't be, right? Although my Shadow Moon Hall can't compare to the Star Emperor sect and the other two peak powers, it's not weak either. Dong Xin'er exclaimed. "Do you know who's behind him? What's his background?" Qian Tong shook his head slowly. "If you knew, you wouldn't look down on him. Elder, can you explain it in detail? I'm suddenly very interested in him." Wei Guchang grinned. A person who could be favored by an elder like this was definitely not a simple character. "Let's talk as we walk." Qian Tong beckoned to the two of them. After all, they were still in Endless Treasures Pavilion, so it wasn't appropriate to talk about such things while standing in front of their door. As the three of them walked towards the largest palace in Heavenly Fate City, Qian Tong asked, "Guess who put up the Dragon Striker Whip and the Origin Condensing Pill for auction today?" Dong Xin'er was slightly surprised. "Master, you mean, it was him who put them up?" Qian Tong nodded slightly. "The Origin Condensing Pill is fine. Although it is rare and precious, I'm afraid there's only one of it in the world. It should have been obtained from somewhere, and it's impossible for a second one to appear. But the Dragon Striker Whip was refined by his master." What? Wei Guchang was also shocked. Doesn't that mean that person's master is an origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner? When did our Shadowed Star produce such a master? That's the biggest reason why I want to befriend him. Shadowed Star really doesn't have such an artifact refining grandmaster, but he came from the outside. The outside. Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er looked at each other, a look of yearning flashing across their eyes. Yes, he came from the outside. Shadowed Star can almost be said to be isolated from the outside world, and the nearest cultivation star is far from us. The level of artifact refining on Shadowed Star is not enough for us to refine luxurious starships that can pass through the vast star territory and resist all kinds of dangers, so we don't know how wonderful the outside world is. We only know that there are Origin King Realm Masters, Origin King Grade Alchemists, and artifact refiners out there, all of which are outside our territory. If we can't go to the outside world, how did he come here? Dong Xin'er asked suspiciously. It was just a coincidence. Qian Tong smiled. When I first met him, This old master didn't dare inquire about him for fear of offending him, but some time ago, I specifically asked Luoqing to collect some information about him and found that he was brought back from the star field by a starship belonging to the Haiku family. At that time, he was the only one brought back, and he admitted that he came from a place called Rainfall Star. This old master has heard of Rainfall Star, and there is indeed such a cultivation star. Since he was the only one brought back, why did Master say that there was an origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner behind him? I don't know what the intentions of the person behind him are, but that person must have been secretly protecting him because when the Haiku family starship was about to return to Shadowed Star, it was attacked by a large group of black rock beasts. At that time, the Haiku family starship was in imminent danger and was on the verge of being destroyed, but at the most critical moment, a golden spear suddenly appeared and swept through the black rock beasts, saving all of them. Afterwards, the Haiku family disciples didn't even know who had saved them because that person never showed up. Qiantong said unhurriedly, this information was obtained by Luoqing and was witnessed by many of the Haiku family disciples. So this old master is certain that there was someone protecting Yang Kai from behind at that time, and that person should be his master. It had to be said that Qiantong's inference was reasonable. Anyone who obtained this information and combined it with the various high-grade artifacts Yang Kai sold would have come to the same conclusion. However, he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength and also underestimated Yang Yan's strength. Qiantong believed that the existence of his master was reasonable. No wonder, if he had come from the outside, then he may have been an origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner. Wei Guchang gently nodded. You are all people who know what's important. I'm telling you all this today not to discourage you, but to let you know the advantages of others. I'm telling you not to underestimate anyone. It's enough that these words come out of my mouth and enter your ears. There's no need to let others know. Disciple understands. Both of them nodded heavily. Moreover, this old master suspects that Yang Kai's master is not just an origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner, but no matter what, as long as we don't have any malicious intent towards him, it's fine. He has also promised to refine an origin-grade artifact for each of you to protect yourselves. This time, when you go to Lu Yin Sandfield, he will also be there. You will have plenty of time to get familiar with each other, so don't neglect him. Disciple will remember. Wei Guchang and Dong Xin both nodded in unison, both of them feeling some regret in their hearts. When their master had asked them to enter the private room just now, the two of them really shouldn't have acted so arrogantly. They also secretly decided that after Lu Yin Sandfield opened, they would get along well with Yang Kai. In front of Dragon Cave Mountain's cave, Yang Kai wrapped himself in his star shuttle and landed. Wu Yi and Yang Yin both looked at him strangely. When he returned, the two women had been staring at him like this, causing Yang Kai to feel confused. What do you want to ask? Yang Kai frowned. Do you really have a master? Wu Yi couldn't hold back her curiosity. Why do you ask? You asked me before what kind of pills were valuable, and I said origin condensing pills and origin nirvana pills. Then you took out 2 origin condensing pills. Did your master give them to you? Yang Kai laughed. What do you think? I don't know. Wu Yi shook her head honestly. If I had a master, wouldn't you be able to see it? Then the origin condensing pills. If I said I refined them myself, would you believe me? The two women shook their heads together. Even if they didn't believe him, Yang Kai finally understood why Yang Yin had gone around announcing that he was an origin-grade artifact refiner, but no one believed him. It was the same reason as the current situation. Not wanting to dwell on this issue any longer, Yang Kai tossed the space ring Qiantong had given him before to Yang Yin. Refine 2 defensive artifacts, they don't need to be too powerful, just origin-grade low rank will do. I understand, Yang Kai nodded. Refining 2 origin-grade low-rank defensive artifacts wasn't a problem for her, especially now that she had the help of the stone mongoose. The speed at which she could refine artifacts was countless times faster than before. The most time-consuming part of refining artifacts was the tempering of materials. Refining them over and over again was not only a waste of time but also a great deal of energy, but the stone mongoose could complete this process in a very short time. No wonder Yang Yin said that the stone mongoose was the best assistant to an artifact refiner. In the past, It would have taken Yang Yin 1 to 2 months to refine an origin-grade artifact, but now it only took her 3 or 4 days. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. I'm going to enter retreat to prepare for entering Lu Yin Sandfield. Pay attention to things here. Yang Kai ordered before diving into the cave and entering his stone room, closing the stone door and entering secluded retreat. The time when Lu Yin Sandfield would open was uncertain, but it would be at least 1 to 2 months before it opened. Yang Kai needed to use this time to improve his combat effectiveness. In terms of artifacts, he needed to nurture the Purple Shield and 100 Mountains picture as soon as possible. Both artifacts had already been refined, so all he needed to do was make them more compatible with him, and he would be able to use them in battle. As for pills, Yang Kai was preparing to refine 1 or 2 bottles of snow and ice pills. The snow and ice pills that appeared at the auction were origin-grade low rank, and were the only pills Yang Kai could refine at this stage, so he wasn't lacking in materials. As for other things like healing pills, Yang Kai already had a lot of them, so there was no need for him to refine them. On top of that, he had great confidence in his body's restorative abilities. If he really couldn't handle it, he could just explode a drop of golden blood. With the enormous vitality contained in his golden blood, as long as his foundation wasn't damaged, he should be able to recover. What remained was the most important thing. Yang Kai wanted to improve the power of his Space Blade as soon as possible. Chapter 1167. The Space Blade was a direct manifestation of Space Force and was an attack method that only Yang Kai could use. It was extremely mysterious and impossible to guard against. Once he could use this method at will, he would have another trump card to protect his life and deal with his enemies. He had never been to the Lu Yin Desert before and did not know much about it, but from Qian Tong's introduction, it was likely to be extremely dangerous. Yang Kai did not dare to be careless and could only make the most comprehensive preparations. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai first took out the profound insect stone he had obtained at the auction. Yang Yin had said that this stone contained a very strange energy. It could not be absorbed by a cultivator, nor could it be used for artifact refining. It could only be used to cultivate some exotic insects, and the soul-devouring insects were one of those exotic insects. At the auction, it was because of the abnormal reaction of the soul-devouring insects that Yang Kai had bought this profound insect stone. Otherwise, he would have missed out on it. As soon as the profound insect stone was taken out, Yang Kai felt the soul-devouring insects on the 6-colored island in his knowledge sea become restless, as if they wanted to fly out of his knowledge sea and rush into the profound insect stone. However, without Yang Kai's permission, they could not leave the island no matter what, causing them to become even more excited. Yang Kai did not stop them and instead released the defenses of his knowledge sea, using his divine sense to sweep up the countless soul-devouring insects and pour them into the profound insect stone. As soon as the soul-devouring insects entered the profound insect stone, they immediately became extremely violent, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, each of them exuding a strange aura. Yang Kai listened carefully and seemed to hear a rustling sound, like silkworms eating mulberry leaves. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that the soul-devouring insects had once again begun to devour each other, setting off a frenzy of internal strife within the profound insect stone. At this moment, the weak soul-devouring insects had no right to live at all. They were instantly wiped out by their stronger counterparts. After cleaning up their weaker companions, the stronger soul-devouring insects also began to conquer and devour each other. The number of soul-devouring insects rapidly decreased. Yang Kai was overjoyed. The last time the soul-devouring insects devoured each other was a long time ago, but after that incident, the soul-devouring insects' power had obviously increased a lot. This time, the same thing happened again. Yang Kai was sure that once they stabilized, their power would definitely increase again. He was looking forward to it. If his soul-devouring insects could evolve to the point where even origin-returning realm masters were unable to resist them, Yang Kai would be invincible on Shadowed Star. At that time, there would be no need for Yang Yin to continue arranging the spirit array. With just his soul-devouring insects alone, no one would dare offend him. After observing for a while, Yang Kai found that the soul-devouring insects were still going to attack each other for a long time, so he didn't waste any more time on it. He directly put the nightmare stone in a corner and let them evolve on their own. Taking out some spirit grasses and spirit herbs, Yang Kai took out his alchemy furnace and began to refine the ice and snow pills. Refining origin-grade low-rank pills was not difficult for him now. In just over a day, Yang Kai had refined 2 bottles of 20 ice and snow pills, 7 of which had formed pill veins. After doing all this, Yang Kai began to enter retreat to nourish his artifacts and cultivate his space force. Time flew by, and soon, 3 months had passed. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai closed his eyes and concentrated, holding a piece of space spirit crystal in his left hand as he constantly used his space force to absorb its energy. His other hand seemed to be waving unconsciously, and every time he did so, a blade-like crack would appear in space. As soon as this crack appeared, it would shoot out in all directions. The entire stone room was a mess, with traces left behind by Yang Kai's space blade. After entering retreat for 3 months, Yang Kai's space blade was undoubtedly much more powerful than when it was first formed. Whether it was in terms of speed or stability, it was incomparable to when it was first formed. The space blade's lethality lay mainly in its speed and stability, especially the latter. Unlike other offensive methods, where the more Saint Chi used, the more destructive it would be. Its main lethality had nothing to do with the amount of Saint Chi used, but rather its ability to devour space. As long as it was stable enough, it could swallow anything in its path into the void, even the attacks of others. Just imagine, when someone attacked Yang Kai with a killer move or artifact, the space blade would directly swallow that attack or artifact. At that time, Yang Kai would no longer need to use any defensive means, as attacking was his best defense. However, this stability would be interfered with by the attacks of other cultivators. Once the interference was severe, the void crack would close, rendering the space blade useless. As such, Yang Kai had been studying the stability of the space blade during this time, so its speed hadn't improved much. After consuming a large number of space spirit crystals, Yang Kai's method of burning money became a reality, allowing him to gradually gain some insights into the use of his space blade. While cultivating, Yang Kai couldn't feel the passage of time at all. It wasn't until Yang Kai received a divine sense fluctuation from the communication artifact that Yang Kai was suddenly awakened. Qian Tong had sent him a message. Yang Kai quickly picked up the communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, then immediately stood up and walked out. 3 months was still too short for him to thoroughly study the space blade. At this stage, he couldn't use it against his enemies, but now that Lu Yin's sandfield had opened, Yang Kai didn't have time to continue his retreat. After 3 months of cultivation, both the Purple Shield and the 100 Mountains picture had become much more compatible with his body and could be used in battle. He had also refined 2 bottles of snow and ice pills, which should be enough for an emergency. After leaving the cave, Yang Kai was slightly startled as he found that Dragon Cave Mountain seemed to have undergone some significant changes. Not only was the world energy here extremely rich, but the various peaks were also shrouded in a dense fog. Many exquisite houses had been built around the cave, as well as a number of strange objects. The several dozen cultivators who followed Wu Yi were all busy while Wu Yi and Yang Yan were both concentrating on something, both of them looking very excited. Seeing Yang Kai come out of seclusion, the 2 women were stunned for a moment, but soon understood and put down what they were doing and walked over. "Are you going to leave?" Wu Yi asked. Yang Kai nodded gently and said, "After I leave, don't let anyone enter my stone room, and don't touch the profound insect stone inside. There are some very dangerous things inside." "I know," Wu Yi responded quickly. "The 2 origin-grade artifacts Elder Qian requested have been delivered, right?" Yang Kai turned to Yang Yan again. "I gave them to them long ago. About 10 days after you entered seclusion, Elder Qian personally delivered a large number of materials. At that time, I gave the 2 artifacts to him." "That's good. You can go, but Xiao Xiao has to stay. Without his help, refining things is too laborious," Yang Yan added. Xiao Xiao was the stone mongoose, a name Yang Yan had given him without permission. Yang Kai didn't care, in any case. On this trip to the Lu Yin sandfield, he wouldn't need the stone mongoose, so he nodded and agreed. After exhorting them a few more things, he hurriedly rushed towards Heavenly Fate City. Halfway there, Yang Kai saw a blue light fly over from the distance, and upon arriving, he discovered that it was Luo Qing. Young Master Yang. Luo Qing stopped his star shuttle and cupped his fists to Yang Kai. Elder Qian said to take you to the space array as soon as possible. Everyone is ready. You're the only one left. Many thanks. Yang Kai returned the courtesy and rushed towards Heavenly Fate City with him. On the way, Yang Kai asked Luo Qing about the Lu Yin sandfield. Luo Qing didn't know much, only that the restricted area was about to open. Now, all the great forces on Shadowed Star were rushing to different entrances, waiting for the restricted area to open before immediately swarming in. Flying over Heavenly Fate City, the pair arrived directly in front of a palace. After entering the palace, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there were almost 200 people gathered here, 90% of whom were Saint King Realm Cultivator. Most of them were second or third order Saint Kings, with a few first order Saint Kings present. Lu Yin Sandfield was very dangerous, so even a first order Saint King wouldn't be of much use inside. Yang Kai frowned. Didn't Qian Tong say that there were only 50 spots in the Shadow Moon Hall? Why are there so many people here? And looking at their posture, it seemed that they were all going to the Lu Yin Sandfield through the space array. As soon as Yang Kai arrived, he attracted countless gazes. Qian Tong even came out laughing and greeted him enthusiastically. Nephew Yang, you've come at the right time. We have just finished gathering here, and will soon open the space array. Come with this old master. Last time, Yang Kai promised to help him refine 2 origin-grade artifacts, and it only took him 10 days to obtain them. Although they were only origin-grade low-rank artifacts, they were infinitely close to origin-grade mid-rank. Now, these 2 defensive artifacts had been taken away by Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener. If these 2 artifacts were to be put up for auction, they would be worth at least 4 million Saint Crystals, not to mention they were ice attribute artifacts, which were the best way to restrain the heat of Lu Yin Sandfield, so their price would likely be even higher. Qian Tong's previous efforts to show goodwill to Yang Kai had all been taken back. Now, Qian Tong was naturally extremely polite to Yang Kai. Even this time, when everyone was gathered, Qian Tong had first gathered everyone before sending a message to Yang Kai, afraid that Yang Kai would wait too long. Seeing Qian Tong personally greet Yang Kai, many of the cultivator in the hall couldn't help looking over in surprise, wondering what was so special about this first-order Saint King cultivator that made Qian Tong act so politely. Senior Brother Wei, who was that guy? We waited for so long. Could it be that we were waiting for him? A pretty girl took the opportunity to get close to Wei Guchang's side and asked in a soft voice. He doesn't look like someone with a great background, and his strength is so low, only a first-order Saint King. Someone nearby immediately echoed. Wei Guchang glanced at them and moved away from the woman, saying lightly, "You don't need to know who he is, just don't provoke him." After eating Wei Guchang's neither soft nor hard rebuke, the woman smiled awkwardly and stepped aside, her heart filled with bitterness. Wei Guchang was the most talented disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, a man of striking appearance and upright character. Naturally, he would attract the gazes of many women, causing many of the women in Shadow Moon Hall to secretly fall in love with him. However, he didn't show any concern for other women, as if in his eyes, there was only Dong Xiener. Chapter 1168. Inside the hall, there were nearly 50 people wearing Shadow Moon Hall's disciple robes, looking very neat and uniform. The other 100 or so people were not the same. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Qian Tong took the initiative to explain, "My Shadow Moon Hall, including Nephew Yang, has a total of 50 spots. The others are from families or sects affiliated to Shadow Moon Hall. They also have some spots, but not many. There are also some families and sects that have nothing to do with my Shadow Moon Hall. They are all passing through Heavenly Fate City and will be leaving with us." Yang Kai suddenly understood why there were so many people gathered in the hall. The great forces of Shadowed Star did a good job in this regard and didn't try to monopolize the benefits. Instead, they allocated some spots to the smaller forces and small families. Whether or not they could obtain any benefits after entering would depend on their own efforts and means. Thinking about it this way, last time Qian Tong said that every time Lu Yin Sandfield opened, no less than 10,000 people would enter. Shadowed Star was simply too big, so even if each force did not have many spots, the total number would not be less than 10,000. While following Qian Tong inside, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. From that direction, he saw a pair of eyes staring at him with hatred. Yang Kai was very sensitive to this kind of gaze and naturally felt it. When the two's eyes met, the man's eyes flashed a few times before he quickly looked away. Xie Hongwen. He was also going? Last time, when Xie Hongwen went to Dragon Cave Mountain to find trouble with Yang Kai, if Qian Tong had not arrived, Xie Hongwen would have died. This playboy young master's character was terrible. Although he was a first-order Saint King, his true combat strength was nothing to scoff at. So why was he going? What made Yang Kai even more puzzled was that Xie Hongwen's clothes were not the same as those of Shadow Moon Hall. There were also two third-order Saint King cultivator accompanying him, seemingly responsible for protecting him. Senior, can Lu Yin kill people in the sand? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Seeing Yang Kai and Xie Hongwen's eyes meet, Qian Tong naturally knew what was going on. He sneered and nodded. Yes, so nephew must be careful. Don't make enemies easily, but if someone dares to bully you, there is no need to be soft-hearted. If anything happens, this old master will take care of it for you. Thank you, senior. Yang Kai also sneered. If Xie Hongwen stayed in Luyan's sand, he would let him go. But if he really dared to seek revenge, Yang Kai would not show mercy. He did not kill him last time out of respect for Qian Tong. Qian Tong looked a little annoyed. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to save Xie Hongwen's life. Who knew that this idiot not only did not know how to be grateful, but also held a grudge in his heart. If he wanted to seek his own death, Qian Tong couldn't do anything about it. That idiot wasn't qualified to enter Luyan's sand. My Shadow Moon Hall won't waste a spot on such a waste. For some reason, Qian Tong explained to Yang Kai in a low voice, but his father spent some money to buy 3 spots from a small family affiliated with Shadow Moon Hall, allowing him to enter. Those 2 third-order Saint Kings are disciples of his Xie family, not my Shadow Moon Hall. What he meant was that there was no harm in killing them. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that these spots could be transferred, so he immediately asked. Qian Tong chuckled. Naturally, they can be transferred. The allocation of spots was decided in advance by each great force. Each force has a fixed number of spots, but no one cares who goes. Doesn't that mean that as long as a force has enough courage and means, they can send more people than what they've been allocated? Yang Kai immediately thought of something. That may be the case, but Luyan's sand is too dangerous. Which great force dares to send too many elites in? Once the losses are serious, there will be a gap in manpower, which will be extremely detrimental to the development of any great force. But what my dear nephew says is right as well. Besides the 50 people that my Shadow Moon Palace has on the surface, we have indeed obtained more than 20 spots from some of the smaller family clans. Hence, among those who are going this time, there are more than 70 disciples from my Shadow Moon Palace. I understand. Yang Kai nodded gently. There are many things you need to pay attention to in Luyan's sand. Last time, Nephew Yang left in a hurry, so this old man didn't have time to tell you. You can follow Gu Chong and Xian to the teleportation array. On the way, they will explain everything clearly to you. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask them, Qian Tong advised. Okay. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He knew that Qian Tong was creating an opportunity for Wei Guchong and Dong Xian to befriend him, so naturally, he wouldn't be polite. As they spoke, the two arrived in front of the space array. Qian Tong waved his hand and Wei Guchong and Dong Xian immediately walked over. The two of you will teleport with Yang Kai. When you arrive at Jian City, you don't need to wait. Just go directly to Luyan's sandfield. Your Martial Uncle Wang and Martial Uncle Yin will be waiting there. When you get there, they will tell you what to do. This old man will bring these people to meet up with you. Yes, Wei Guchong nodded respectfully and grinned at Yang Kai. Greetings, Brother Yang. His attitude this time was much better than last time. It was clear that Qian Tong had carefully instructed him. Dong Xian also bowed gracefully. Yang Kai exchanged some pleasantries with them, and the 3 of them immediately stood on the space array. The space array had already been prepared and could be activated as soon as they arrived. When the Shadow Moon Hall disciple guarding the space array saw that the 3 of them were standing firmly, he quickly activated the space array. With a flash of white light, the three of them disappeared from everyone's sight. Qian Tong then hurriedly arranged for the others to use the space array. The space array could only teleport a maximum of 5 people at a time, and it would take 1 to 2 hours to teleport nearly 200 people. On the other side, Yang Kai only felt a slight dizziness. When his vision recovered, he found that he was already in another large hall. This large hall also had a space array. It was unknown which faction the disciple guarding the space array belonged to. When the three of them appeared, one of them asked, "Are you from Shadow Moon Hall?" Wei Gucheng nodded, took out a token from his sleeve, and handed it over. The guard took it and checked it before returning it and happily letting them pass. After leaving the hall, Wei Gucheng said, "Brother Yang, please come with me. This is Ji and City, 1,000,000 kilometers away from Heavenly Fate City. We need to fly for a day or two before we can reach the edge of the Lu Yin Desert. Brother Wei, please lead the way." Yang Kai nodded. He was not familiar with the places on Shadowed Star, so naturally, he would follow Wei Gucheng's lead at this moment. Wei Gucheng did not say a word, simply summoning his star shuttle and extending his hand to Dong Xiner. Dong Xiner's face blushed slightly as she glared at him, seemingly blaming him for acting so boldly in front of others. Wei Gucheng laughed and said, "Brother Yang is not an outsider. What's there to be shy about?" Dong Xiner couldn't argue with him, so she stretched out her hand and allowed Wei Gucheng to pull her up onto the star shuttle. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling as this scene made him feel a little warm. His impression of Wei Gucheng and Dong Xiner couldn't help changing as he quickly summoned his star shuttle. 2 blue lights flashed, and the group of 3 flew off in a certain direction, soon leaving Jian City. Wei Gucheng's star shuttle was the same as Yang Kai's, both Saint King grade high rank, so even if it carried one person, the difference in speed wasn't great. After leaving Jian City, Wei Gucheng said, "Elder Qian said that Brother Yang doesn't know much about the Lu Yin Desert. Does Brother Yang have anything he wants to know? If this Wei knows, he will definitely tell you the truth." Yang Kai was just about to ask about these things when Wei Gucheng took the initiative to speak. "I only know that we need to pass through some special places to enter the Lu Yin Desert. As for the situation inside the Lu Yin Desert and what we need to pay attention to, I don't know, so I hope Brother Wei can give me some pointers." Seeing Yang Kai speak so politely, Wei Gucheng also smiled. "I wouldn't dare give you pointers, but this Wei has some elders to guide me, so I understand a little more than Brother Yang. It's not a big deal. As long as Brother Yang asks around, he will be able to understand." He learned from Qian Tong that Yang Kai came from the outside world, so Yang Kai probably really didn't know anything about the Lu Yin Desert, so he patiently told Yang Kai everything he knew. Dong Xiner interjected from time to time, each time hitting the nail on the head and speaking bluntly. With the cooperation of the brother and sister, Yang Kai quickly gained a comprehensive understanding of the Lu Yin Desert. The Lu Yin Desert was shrouded in scorching heat all year round, so Origin returning realm masters and Saint King realm cultivators were not allowed to enter. Only now could a Saint King realm cultivator enter to explore. However, not all parts of the Lu Yin Desert were covered in scorching heat. It could be considered a large circular territory, and the Lu Yin Desert was divided into several layers. The outermost territory was the scorching heat zone, so the deeper one went, the more dangerous it became. In this scorching heat zone, there were some precious treasures, but even more rare ores. These ores had been baked by the scorching heat for many years and were extremely pure. Some of these ores could even be directly used for artifact refining, and their quality was extremely high, several times more valuable than those mined outside. The danger of the scorching heat zone wasn't just the unbearable heat, but also the fire spirit beasts and Lu Yin flying fires. These two were life-threatening threats. Fire spirit beasts were a kind of monster beast formed by the accumulation of fire attribute world energy to a certain extent. Their bodies were illusory, and the more solid their bodies were, the stronger they were. They had no sentience, so ordinary direct attacks had no effect on them. Divine sense attacks were also ineffective, so only Saint Chi attacks could destroy them. It was best to use an ice attribute offensive artifact. As long as one had the ability and conditions, almost everyone who entered the Lu Yin Desert would prepare an ice attribute offensive artifact. Fire spirit beasts also had fire crystal stones inside their bodies. Fire crystal stones had a great effect when used to refine some special pills and artifacts, improving the quality of these pills and artifacts. On Shadowed Star, the standard of alchemy and artifact refining was only origin grade low rank. So if one wanted to refine origin grade mid-rank pills and artifacts, fire crystal stones were essential. Chapter 1169. Because of the preciousness of the fire crystal stones, many of the cultivators from the major forces who entered the Lu Yin sandfield had come specifically to hunt fire spirit beasts. Some cultivators from small families and forces also had the same idea. After obtaining the fire crystal stones, they would be able to make a huge profit by selling them. This kind of thing could not be found outside, and could only be found in the Lu Yin sandfield. It was the favorite of alchemists and weapon refiners. Brother Yang, if you encounter a fire spirit beast with a physical body, do not fight with it. A fire spirit beast with a physical body is almost equivalent to a ninth-order monster beast. It is the most difficult to deal with, Wei Gucheng warned with a serious look. A ninth-order monster beast was equivalent to a master of the origin returning realm. Naturally, a Saint King realm cultivator would not be able to gain any advantage over it. One careless mistake, and they would be killed. After saying this, he sneered and said, "But this kind of thing is very rare. It is basically impossible to encounter it." Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "I understand the situation of the fire spirit beast. What is Lu Yin flying fire?" Wei Gucheng's expression immediately became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Lu Yin flying fire is more harmful to the cultivator who enters the sandfield than the fire spirit beasts. Fortunately, it is not as abundant as the fire spirit beasts. Lu Yin flying fire is very rare. Some people may never encounter it. Even if they do, they will only encounter one or two at most. But Brother Yang, do not underestimate Lu Yin flying fire. This kind of thing is extremely fast, even faster than the spread of divine sense. It is extremely difficult to detect. You may not even notice it when it flies past you." Yang Kai could not help but be shocked. Being able to spread faster than the spread of divine sense, one could imagine how strange this thing was. Not only is it dangerous, but it is also very lethal. If one's guard is not up to par or if their strength is insufficient, once they are hit by one, their soul will be incinerated and they will be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Elder Qian told me that every time the flowing flame sandfield opened, some unlucky fellows would be killed by the flowing flame flying fire. Isn't this an undeserved disaster? Yang Kai was surprised. Wei Gucheng smiled and said, "Brother Yang is right. This is an undeserved disaster. But since one dared to enter the Lu Yin sandfield, one must be prepared to bear a certain degree of risk. Lu Yin's flying fire. To be... brother. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement, thinking to himself that this Lu Yin flying fire was also a good thing. Wei Gucheng laughed and said, "That's exactly what I was going to say. Lu Yin flying fire is indeed very terrifying, but it is also an extremely precious treasure. Brother Yang should know that some people have different divine senses, right? Variant divine senses?" Yang Kai's expression changed. Yes, variant divine senses. Some people's divine senses contain some strange attributes, such as conflagrated knowledge C, divine sense poison, and divine sense ice. Although these variant divine senses are different from ordinary people's divine senses, without exception, they all have extraordinary powers. Needless to say, conflagrated knowledge C is the variant divine sense that alchemists and artifact refiners desire the most, while conflagrated knowledge C and divine sense poison are unpredictable. These variant divine senses are extremely rare. Some are born with them, while others are obtained through cultivation of certain secret arts and martial skills. Of course, these secret arts and martial skills are also very rare and ordinary people can't even come across them. Even my Shadow Moon Hall doesn't have such things. Some of them are obtained through some fortuitous encounters. Yang Kai deeply agreed. His conflagrated knowledge C was obtained by chance. When he was in the central capital, he wanted to swallow the true spirit born in a piece of fire attribute jade to enhance his strength, but as a result, his divine sense mutated. He knew more about the wonders of conflagrated knowledge C than anyone else. And Lu Yan's flying fire has a chance to mutate one's divine sense, allowing one to possess a conflagrated knowledge sea. Wei Gucheng's eyes lit up. Brother Yang, think about it. Which alchemist and artifact refiner doesn't want to possess a conflagrated knowledge sea? So if you can obtain Lu Yan's flying fire, those artifact refiners and alchemists will definitely fight over it. Saying so, Wei Gucheng intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards Yang Kai. Under the influence of Qin Tong, Wei Gucheng believed that Yang Kai had an origin-grade artifact refiner master behind him. Since he was an artifact refiner, there was no reason for him not to be tempted by Lu Yan's flying fire. As a disciple, Yang Kai would naturally want to show filial piety to his master. But to Wei Gucheng's disappointment, Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't care at all. Wei Gucheng quickly continued, "Of course, there is a certain risk involved in mutating one's divine sense. It is very likely that one's divine sense will fail to mutate and will instead be burned to ashes by Lu Yan's flying fire. In any case, Brother Yang just needs to pay attention. Basically, no one can obtain Lu Yan's flying fire, so if you encounter it, avoid it as soon as possible." Yang Kai nodded, remaining calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was wondering if he should chase after it if he really encountered it. Lu Yan's flying fire could mutate one's divine sense and give birth to a conflagrated knowledge sea. But Yang Kai already had a conflagrated knowledge sea, so he shouldn't be afraid of Lu Yan's flying fire. The situation in this flame area is roughly like this. In addition to resisting the heat, one only needs to pay attention to the fire spirit beasts and Lu Yan's flying fire. The power of the heat in the outermost flame area is not the same. The further in you go, the stronger the heat, and the more difficult it is to resist. But if you can pass through the outermost flame area and enter the second layer, then you'll be in heaven. Why do you say that? Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. Because the second layer is the treasure area. There is no heat, only treasure area and a small number of monster beasts. Once you enter the second layer, in addition to guarding against the sneak attacks of others, it's fine as long as you don't get targeted by a high-level monster beast. It can be said that as long as you enter the second layer, your harvest will definitely not be small. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There is such a territory area like this? Wei Gucheng looked at Yang Kai with a smile, very satisfied with Yang Kai's current expression. Of course. Otherwise, how could the Lu Yin sand be so attractive? Although some good things are suitable for growing in places with high temperatures, they are still in the minority. Without the treasure area, the value of the Lu Yin sand would be reduced by at least half. Us brother and sister are mainly going to the treasure area this time. Naturally, there will be others who will hunt the fire spirit beasts. There is no need for us to do it. He and Dong Shinner's position in the Shadow Moon Hall was not low, so this kind of manual labor was naturally left to the junior brothers and sisters. They were only responsible for getting as much benefit from the treasure area as possible. It wasn't just the Shadow Moon Hall, but all the other major forces did the same. Of the disciples who entered, more than half of them would go to the flame area to hunt fire spirit beasts and fire crystal stones. Only the elites of the elites would enter the treasure area to search for good things and their own opportunities. The Lu Yin sand is divided into 2 territory areas? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. This was beyond his expectations. It's not just 2 territory areas. Wei Gucheng shook his head. Because if you go deeper into the treasure area, you will encounter a second flame area. The second flame area is much more dangerous than the outermost flame area. Elder Qin strictly ordered us not to go there. Since there is a second flame area, is there a second treasure area? Yang Kai's expression changed. I don't know, because since the founding of the Shadow Moon Hall, no one has ever broken into the second flame area, but many elite disciples have died tragically inside. Not to mention the Shadow Moon Hall, even great forces like Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Sect probably don't know the situation inside. In other words, everyone is concentrated in the territory of the 2 outermost flame areas. You can put it that way, but Brother Yang can rest assured that damned place is very big. So unless you use some special means to contact others, you may not even meet a single living person in there for half a year. What do you mean by half a year? Right? I forgot to tell Brother Yang that every time the Lu Yin sand field opens, it only lasts for half a year. Once the half-year period is up, Everyone will be sent out, and no one can stay inside for long. In addition, star shuttles are not allowed inside, as there is some kind of mysterious force that suppresses the ability of star shuttles. Even we can't fly. If we want to hurry, we can only rely on our movement skills and martial skills to increase our speed. This is the most troublesome part. Wei Gucheng shook his head and said, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. If it weren't for some kind of inexplicable force that restricted all flying artifacts and abilities, the harvest of those who entered would definitely be several times greater. Hearing this, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced. He didn't know what methods others had to increase their speed, but he had the wind and thunder wings. Although the wind and thunder wings were mainly used for flight, they could definitely increase one's speed. The only thing Yang Kai didn't know was whether the wind and thunder wings could be used inside. After all, this thing wasn't a flight-type artifact, so it shouldn't be restricted. It seemed that he would have to test it out as soon as he entered. In addition, Brother Yang, there is one thing you need to pay attention to. Although we will enter the Lu Yin sandfield from the same entrance, the places we will appear in may be very different, so each of us must carry a special communication compass to make it easier for us to find each other. When Wei Gucheng said these words, Dong Xiner immediately took out a communication compass from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Communication compasses were refined in sets, and the number of each set varied. Generally speaking, only 3 to 5 or 7 would be refined in a set. Of course, there was no upper limit to the number of communication compasses, and an artifact refiner could refine as many as they wanted. Each communication compass could only be used to transmit information to and from the same set of artifacts, so there was no need to worry about irrelevant people eavesdropping on them. Qian Tong had given Yang Kai a communication artifact last time, but that was only for the two of them to communicate with each other. Unlike this one, Yang Kai also had several artifacts he could use to communicate with Wu Yi and Yang Yin. Yang Kai had several of these artifacts in his space ring. Although Yang Kai didn't intend to act together with Wei Gucheng and the others, he still took the communication compass and tossed it into his space ring. Junior sister, I didn't say anything wrong, right? Wei Gucheng asked Dong Xiner. He was also worried that he would say something wrong and cause Yang Kai to encounter danger inside. You shouldn't. Dong Xiner shook her head gently. Then that's all for now. If Brother Yang has anything to ask, just ask. Wei Gucheng grinned. Good. Chapter 1170. Wei Gucheng was actually a very talkative person, and after gradually becoming familiar with Yang Kai, the two of them began to talk about more and more. From the distribution of the great forces on Shadowed Star to the famous young talents, Wei Gucheng was able to speak clearly and logically, allowing Yang Kai to benefit greatly. Wei Gucheng also intentionally or unintentionally tried to lead the conversation to the outside world, but every time he did, Yang Kai would subtly change the subject. After a few times, Wei Gucheng tactfully stopped bringing it up. He thought that Yang Kai was unwilling to talk about the wonders of the outside world, but in fact, it was because Yang Kai didn't know much about it. Since entering star territory, he had only been to Watermoon Star and Rainfall Star, and the people he had dealt with were basically people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. He didn't know much about the distribution of the great forces on star territory, so how could he possibly talk to Wei Gucheng? Dong Xiner, on the other hand, was relatively quiet. Most of the time, she was alone in contemplation, occasionally revealing a happy expression, as if as long as she was held in Wei Gucheng's arms, it didn't matter where she went. A day later, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the temperature in the air had become much hotter. Everywhere he passed, the landscape gradually became barren. The ground was filled with reddish-brown sand, and the further he flew, the more serious this situation became. The Lu Yin sand field covered Shadowed Star, and its scorching temperature had already affected the surrounding environment. At a certain moment, Yang Kai raised his head and stared into the distance. All he could see was a sea of red. It was as if the entire world had been dyed red, and a huge amount of heat was radiating from that place, distorting his vision. That's the edge of the Lu Yin sandfield. Wei Gucheng pointed to the territory where the dark red energy curtain flowed, a dignified look appearing on his face. It seems that there is still some time before we can enter the Lu Yin sandfield. Is there any way to tell? Yang Kai asked. The change in color of the energy curtain is the best sign. When it turns light red, we will be able to enter through those entrances. If we go in now, we will all die. Wei Gucheng took a deep breath, and a look of fear appeared on his face. After flying forward for a long time, the three of them finally arrived at the periphery of the Lu Yin sandfield. At this time, there were at least 500 people gathered here. These people were divided into groups of different sizes. They each found a good place to sit and rest. It seemed that they had arrived here first and were waiting for the cultivator of the Lu Yin sandfield to open. Seeing Yang Kai and the other two arrive, these people all looked at them. These people were all Saint Kings, with the occasional origin returning realm cultivator among them, but they were nothing more than elders leading the group. Further ahead, there was a group of origin returning realm masters scattered around the periphery of the Lu Yin sandfield, all of them solemnly observing the changes in the Lu Yin sandfield. This group of people was the most powerful group of people on Shadowed Star, all of them third-order origin returning realm masters. Many of them had been observing this place for months, or even half a year in order to pass on information about the Lu Yin sand field to their respective sects as soon as possible so that they could make preparations. Shadow Moon Hall was relatively far away from here, so naturally, they had arrived late. After the three landed, they casually found a place where no one else was around. Wei Gucheng looked into the distance and said, "Brother Yang, wait here. I'll take junior sister to find my martial uncle and martial sister and greet them, lest they complain about our lack of etiquette." "Brother Wei, you don't need to worry about me." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xiner summoned their star shuttles and flew off in a certain direction, disappearing a moment later. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them and instead looked around. The cultivator groups that had come here were all in groups, with the smallest group consisting of 20 or so people while the largest group was as large as the Shadow Moon Hall, with a total of 50 people gathered together. They all looked at Yang Kai curiously, many of them with contempt and disdain in their eyes. Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, and he had come with Wei Gucheng and Dong Xiner, so it was easy for people to mistakenly think that the three of them were from some small family. Only small families would have 2 or 3 spots to enter Shadow Moon Hall. Not long after Yang Kai sat down, a group of 2 people walked over and stood in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. Yang Kai could clearly see that these 2 were from a group of about 30 people. Being able to obtain 30 spots to enter Lu Yin Sandfield. Although this group couldn't compare to the Shadow Moon Hall, it shouldn't be small. And it wasn't just them. Many people from the large and small groups had already stood up and wanted to approach him, but these 2 were the fastest, so they could only temporarily give up and stand in place to observe. And why are they looking for me? Yang Kai was puzzled. These 2 weren't very old, about 30 to 40 years old. One was a third-order Saint King cultivator while the other was a first-order Saint King. They didn't look like evil people, but the leading third-order Saint King had a palm-sized scarlet scar on his forehead that gave him a somewhat fierce look. "Friend," the man with the scar on his face called out, "are you also going to enter Lu Yin Sandfield?" Although there was nothing wrong with what he asked, Yang Kai could clearly hear the doubt and disdain in his tone. On the other hand, the man behind him was staring at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, as if Yang Kai had something he wanted. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to these 2, but this time, he had come here with the Shadow Moon Hall. If there was any conflict, it would make things difficult for Qian Tong. So after thinking about it, he patiently nodded, "Yes." The man grinned, "Your strength isn't high. It will be very dangerous for you to enter." "That's my business." Yang Kai vaguely guessed what they wanted to do. Before, Qian Tong had said that the spots to enter Lu Yin Sandfield could be transferred, so these 2 were probably after his spot. The other people who stood up and wanted to come over probably did so for the same reason, but the scarred man beat them to it. Sure enough, the scarred man shook his head and said, "I'm saying this for your own good. Look, there are only 3 of you, and that man and woman seem to be in love with each other. They probably won't be able to take care of you once you enter. You're really going to die." As he spoke, he showed an extremely exaggerated expression, as if he was really worried about Yang Kai's safety. But when he saw that Yang Kai's expression was calm and not afraid at all, he couldn't help but feel a little bored and said, "I have a business here. Do you want to do it?" "Not interested." Yang Kai decisively refused. Since he knew what they wanted to do, Yang Kai was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse." The scarred man smiled, squatted down and whispered, Look, friend, you're risking your life to enter Lu Yin Sandfield, and you might not be able to come out. You're only going in to look for some benefits, right? I have an idea that will allow you to reap some benefits without putting your life in danger. Saying so, he took out an artifact from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. This is a Saint King grade low-rank artifact. Its quality is very good. I'll give it to you as a gift. I believe that after you refine it, your strength will definitely soar. Of course, I'm not giving it to you for free. All I want is your entry pass. What entry pass? Yang Kai was stunned. It's the pass to enter Lu Yin Sandfield. Don't play dumb. The First Order Saint King cultivator, who had been staring at Yang Kai with burning eyes, shouted. There's such a thing? Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard Wei Gucheng mention such a thing, and Qian Tong hadn't given him any proof either. Seeing Yang Kai's blank look, the scarred man thought he was playing dumb and couldn't help sneering. Don't be so shameless, friend. My junior brother just wants to enter Lu Yin Sandfield with us, but unfortunately, my Blue Sparrow sect doesn't have enough spots. Now that we've taken a fancy to your entry pass, we're giving you face. Besides, I'm not asking for your entry pass for free. Didn't I already give you an artifact? You want to buy my entry pass with a Saint King grade low-rank artifact? Yang Kai sneered. Not to mention I don't have any entry pass. Even if I did, I wouldn't sell it to you. Friend, are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Can you let me see your space ring? The scarred man's face also became gloomy. You want to see my space ring? Do you have the ability? Yang Kai's expression became cold. Every cultivator's space ring was a very private thing, and under normal circumstances, it was impossible for others to make such a request. The scarred man's words made Yang Kai burn with anger. This was no different from directly slapping his face. Brother, don't talk nonsense with him. Just grab it. He won't dare say anything. The First Order Saint King cultivator seemed to want to enter Lu Yin Sandfield and couldn't help urging the scarred man. Seeing the scarred man hesitate, he actually reached out to grab Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai's patience had long since reached its limit. These two had been chattering in front of him, trying to snatch his space ring by force, which was really disgusting. Seeing the First Order Saint King cultivator reach out to grab him, Yang Kai didn't dodge and instead reached out to grab him. How could a trivial First Order Saint King avoid Yang Kai's attack? Caught off guard, he found that his hand had been firmly grasped by his opponent. While he was still in shock, a series of cracking sounds were heard. He looked at his hand in shock and found that his arm had been twisted into a fried dough twist by the other party. The intense pain only came now, and an earth-shattering scream came from his mouth. His forehead was instantly covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. You dare? The scarred man didn't seem to react until now. Seeing his junior brother suffer such a big loss, he pushed his Saint Chi and sent a punch towards Yang Kai's face. This fist was filled with powerful strength and was aimed at Yang Kai's vital points, obviously intending to kill him. Yang Kai dragged the junior brother in front of him. The scarred man was unable to withdraw his fist in time, and his expression changed drastically, only managing to withdraw half of his strength in a hurry. With a muffled bang, the junior brother's face turned pale as he fell to the ground, twitching. Chapter 1171. Without waiting for the scarred man to make a move, Yang Kai also threw a punch towards the scarred man's face. With another muffled bang, the scarred man flew through the air and spun several times before landing heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was just a Third Order Saint King, and if it weren't for his junior brother being injured by him, causing him to be momentarily distracted, he wouldn't have been defeated so easily by Yang Kai. At the very least, he should have been able to resist a few moves. However, his carelessness had allowed Yang Kai to succeed with a single blow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment the First Order Saint King cultivator grabbed Yang Kai to the moment the scarred man was knocked to the ground, only a single breath had passed. This caused the other cultivator who had been secretly paying attention to the situation here to be shocked, all of them revealing looks of disbelief. A First Order Saint King cultivator had actually sent a Third Order Saint King flying with a single punch? Even if the latter had been slightly careless, he shouldn't have been so weak, right? Which family does this little brat come from? How is he so fierce? Fortunately, I didn't go over just now, otherwise I'm afraid I would have ended up like Jian. This little brat is finished. Although he looks very powerful, he actually dared to hit Jian in front of so many Blue Sparrow sect disciples. His family is finished. A burst of whispers sounded from the surrounding teams. The nearly 30 people from Blue Sparrow sect all wore cold expressions as they stood up and glared towards Yang Kai with unfriendly looks on their faces. Some of them were even filled with righteous indignation and quickly rushed over. The only second-order origin returning realm old man from Blue Sparrow sect who had come to lead this group watched with a gloomy expression. He didn't move because of his status, but he also didn't stop his subordinates from stirring up trouble. Obviously, he intended to teach Yang Kai a lesson. In the blink of an eye, Kai Yang was surrounded by 30 people. All of them were glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Many of them were letting out strange laughs that sounded extremely gloomy. The scarred man named Jian struggled to get up from the ground. There was a look of astonishment on his face. It seemed that he didn't expect to suffer such a big loss under Yang Kai's hands. After standing up, his face turned green and then white. The other First-Order Saint King cultivator, whose arm had been broken by Yang Kai, howled even more miserably. "Don't do anything," Jian angrily shouted, stopping his fellow disciples from coming forward to beat up Yang Kai. He rubbed his somewhat blurred eyes and stared at Yang Kai with a murderous look. This kind of humiliation, of course, he had to wash it off himself in order to regain his face. "Brat, you've got guts. I'm doing business with you. It's fine if you don't agree, but you actually dare to play dirty." Jianzhong shook his neck. He didn't think that his failure was because his skills were inferior, but because he was attacked by Yang Kai. When he said this, many people showed a look of understanding, thinking that Jian had been attacked by a sneak attack, which was why his eyes were swollen. "Business?" Yang Kai laughed, his expression becoming cold as he shouted, "You're trying to force a deal, aren't you?" An unnatural expression flashed across Jianzhong's face. He no longer bothered with this issue and coldly snorted, "Brat, don't talk nonsense. You dare to hurt my junior brother. Today, I'll make sure you can't bear the consequences." Saying so, Jian's Saint Chi fluctuated and a ruler-shaped artifact appeared in his hand. Yang Kai's punch made Jian understand that there was something wrong with this First-Order Saint King, so he summoned his artifact as soon as the battle began. He wanted to end this quickly so he wouldn't suffer another loss at Yang Kai's hands. If he were to suffer a loss again, he would have no excuse to cover up his incompetence. Yang Kai was from a trivial small family that didn't even have an elder to lead the team. Even if he killed him here, the most he would have to do was pay some Saint Crystals as compensation afterwards. Jian didn't put the force behind Yang Kai in his eyes at all. But before he could take action, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out from the distance. "Interesting. This way has only left for a short while. How come someone has already dared to bully my Shadow Moon Hall?" "Shadow Moon Hall?" Jian looked shocked as he looked Yang Kai up and down in amazement, a slight panic appearing in his eyes. The faces of the nearly 30 Blue Sparrow sect disciples surrounding Yang Kai also changed. Not far away, Wei Gu Cheng's whole body was shrouded in black mist as he strode over. In his hand, there was a pitch-black energy ball that he was tossing up and down as if it was a real object. That energy ball contained a terrifying power. An almost suffocating aura emanated from his body, causing the faces of all the Blue Sparrow sect disciples to turn ugly. Dong Xian'er, who was following closely behind Yang Kai, also seemed to have some kind of inexplicable energy flowing around her as faint arcs of wind swirled around her tender body, like butterflies fluttering about, a beautiful sight to behold. "Are you from the Shadow Moon Hall?" Jian no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, and quickly asked. "Although it has nothing to do with you, I still have to tell you that I'm not from the Shadow Moon Hall." Yang Kai looked at him mockingly. "If you want to fight, hurry up. Don't worry about Shadow Moon Hall's retaliation." Just now, Jian had been acting so domineering, but when Wei Guchang mentioned the words Shadow Moon Hall, this guy immediately became like a mouse that had seen a cat. After listening to Yang Kai's ridicule, Jian's expression changed dramatically. Although he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, he didn't dare to show any obvious hostility to Yang Kai. Wei Gucheng walked straight over with Dong Xiner, and the Blue Sparrow sect disciples in front of him involuntarily moved aside, allowing him to easily walk to Yang Kai's side. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Wei Gucheng looked at Yang Kai and found that he was unharmed, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Although Qian Tong said that he could kill a third-order Saint King cultivator, after all, seeing was believing. He didn't know Yang Kai's true strength, but now that he saw Yang Kai being surrounded by 30 people without any change in expression, Wei Gucheng was secretly surprised. If he didn't have the ability, it was impossible for him to be so calm. Was he confident he could escape from the siege of 30 Saint King Realm cultivator? Brother Wei came a bit early. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Wei Gucheng was surprised. He suddenly realized that this Yang Kai wasn't someone who would sit still, seemingly eager to fight with these people from Blue Sparrow sect. Wei Gucheng, he's Wei Gucheng. Someone from Blue Sparrow sect immediately recognized Wei Gucheng and exclaimed. Although they had never met before, Wei Gucheng had said that he was from Shadow Moon Hall the moment he arrived and called himself Wei. A Saint King Realm cultivator with such power and influence could only be Wei Gucheng. What's more, there was a woman beside him. They had heard that Wei Gucheng from Shadow Moon Hall and another woman named Dong Xiner had always been inseparable. Seeing this scene, if the people from Blue Sparrow sect still couldn't guess Wei Gucheng's identity, they would really be blind. Among Shadowed Star's younger generation, Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, In Su Dai, Wei Gucheng, Dong Xiner, and a number of other outstanding young talents were famous, but Wei Gucheng wasn't as ostentatious as Chu Changfeng. He was usually very low-key, so low-key that many from Shadow Moon Hall had only heard of his name but never seen him in person. But this didn't affect his deterrence. After learning that the person who had come was Wei Gucheng, Yin Jian's expression changed and his mouth filled with bitterness. If he had known this information earlier, how could he have brought his junior brother to Yang Kai to buy a pass? It was too late to avoid him, so how could he have delivered himself up to be humiliated? Unlike Yin Jian's annoyance and bitterness, the cultivator who had wanted to come to Yang Kai but had been beaten to it by Yin Jian were secretly rejoicing at this moment. Fortunately, Yin Jian had acted quickly enough, otherwise, it wouldn't be Blue Sparrow sect that would be embarrassed, but them. "Brother Yang, what happened?" Wei Gucheng was very curious. He had only left with Dong Xiner for a short while to say hello to his martial uncle Wang and martial uncle Yin, but as soon as he returned, he saw Yang Kai surrounded by people. Yang Kai didn't look like someone who liked to cause trouble. "Oh, this person brought his junior brother to me to buy a pass to enter Lu Yin's sandfield." "Brother Wei, what is a pass? Why haven't you mentioned it before?" Yang Kai looked at Wei Gucheng suspiciously. I forgot." Wei Gucheng scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "But you can't blame me. I haven't gotten my hands on the entry passes yet. They are all in Elder Qian's care. When he comes over, he will distribute them to everyone. When the entrance to Lu Yin's sandfield opens, those who enter must hold a pass. Only then will the seniors let us in. Without a pass, they won't let us in. These passes are specially made by the masters of the major forces. It's impossible to copy them. By the way, Elder Qian will not only distribute the passes, but also give us something called a Yuan magnetic compass. When we enter Lu Yin's sandfield, we need to rely on that thing to determine the direction." "Understood." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Since Wei Gucheng hadn't obtained it himself, Yang Kai naturally didn't expect him to tell him about it. Wei Gucheng probably thought that it wasn't a big deal and that when Qian Tong came, Yang Kai would naturally understand. While the two of them were chatting, the Blue Sparrow sect disciples all had ugly expressions on their faces. These people clearly didn't put him and the others in their eyes. Otherwise, why would they talk about the passage pass and the Yuan magnetic compass with such an indifferent expression? After Wei Gucheng and Yang Kai finished talking, Yin Jian struggled for a moment before cupping his fists and pretending to be cordial. "So it's Brother Gucheng of Shadow Moon Hall. Is Brother Gucheng something you can call?" Wei Gucheng did not wait for him to finish speaking and directly interrupted him. This kind of arrogant strength made Yin Jian's face flush red, and his eyes were about to split open, but he did not dare to have any complaints. Although everyone here was a third-order Saint King, Yin Jian understood that if he really fought with Wei Gucheng, he would be defeated within a few moves. These famous young talents were all monstrous existences. In Jianzhong still had some self-awareness. Chapter 1172. No matter what, In Jian was still the most talented disciple of Blue Sparrow sect. Although his reputation wasn't as great as Wei Guchang's, with his ability, he was indeed qualified to call him Brother Guchang. In the past, when he dealt with the geniuses of other sects, no one cared. But this time, Wei Guchang didn't give him any face at all. His reprimand made In Jian's expression turn ugly. He clenched his teeth and changed his words, "Brother Wei. Just now, you said that Brother Yang wouldn't be able to bear the consequences?" Wei Guchang stared coldly at In Jian and began to criticize him. Qian Tong asked him to bring Yang Kai here, first to create an opportunity for him to befriend Yang Kai. He didn't expect that as soon as he left, someone would find trouble with Yang Kai. This made Wei Guchang very angry. Naturally, he wouldn't let it go. If he couldn't even get back at Yang Kai, then he didn't have the qualifications to befriend Yang Kai. What happened just now was really a misunderstanding. "If I knew that this friend was from Shadow Moon Hall," I said. "I'm not from Shadow Moon Hall." Yang Kai interrupted him again. In Jian's face turned red. He really didn't know what to say. In front of 30 of his fellow disciples, he had shown weakness to Wei Guchang. It was already embarrassing enough. Who knew that the other party would be so unforgiving? He suddenly knew that if he didn't show a clear attitude, there would be no way to be kind. He could only say with a depressed face, "This time, it's my fault. I was blind. I hope that Brother Wei and this friend won't take it to heart." As he said this, he slightly cupped his hands and was about to leave with his fellow disciples, far away from this place of trouble. "Come and go as you wish. I'm afraid it's not that easy, right?" Wei Guchang snorted. He despised people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If In Jianzhong had dared to go against him, he might have thought more highly of him. However, it was hard for him not to despise this kind of person who liked to bully the weak. In comparison, Yang Kai did not change his expression even when surrounded by 30 people, which made him admire him a lot. In Jianzhong had no choice but to stop. He clenched his fists and the veins on his forehead bulged. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "What else does Brother Wei want? My junior brother's arm has been broken by this friend, and I myself have been punched. Your friend is unharmed, so he didn't suffer any losses, right? I'm not sure if he's at a disadvantage or not. After all, when I arrived, you guys had already surrounded him. Even if Brother Yang doesn't seem to be injured, he might have suffered some shock." Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as he nodded in agreement. The dozens of people from Blue Sparrow sect couldn't help but open their mouths wide. How could such a person be frightened? Obviously, he was not afraid of heaven or earth. Even if a blade was at his neck, he wouldn't blink. So how could he possibly be frightened? This was clearly a blatant lie. Even if they knew that Wei Guchang and Yang Kai were talking nonsense, no one dared to question them. These two were deliberately looking for trouble, so who would be stupid enough to add fuel to the fire? Brother Yang really was frightened. Wei Guchang glanced at Yang Kai seriously and said in a pained tone, "Brother Wei, state your price. This will accept it." In Jianzhong sighed helplessly, his left eye bloodshot, either from anger or from Yang Kai's punch just now. 1,000,000 Saint crystals. Wei Guchang didn't beat around the bush and directly stated a number. "Brother Wei, don't go too far." In Jianzhong shouted angrily, grinding his teeth. 1,000,000? How do you want me to take it out? Although Blue Sparrow sect was not bad, it was impossible for a disciple like him to carry so many Saint crystals around at all times. You don't even have a trivial 1,000,000 Saint crystals, yet you want to buy a pass from Brother Yang? Did you eat too much lard and lose your mind? Yang Kai glanced at Wei Guchang in surprise. He suddenly discovered that although this guy appeared to be gentle and upright on the surface, he was actually filled with evil intentions. Sure enough, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of person this guy was when he was alone with Dong Xiner. Yang Kai guessed that a good and quiet girl like Dong Xiner would definitely be eaten by him. In Jianzhong's nostrils flared as a look of unbearable rage appeared on his face, seemingly wanting to fight a good fight with Wei Guchang. Even if he was killed, it was better than standing here and being humiliated wantonly. Some of the other Blue Sparrow sect disciples cast pleading eyes not far away. Over there, the second-order origin returning realm old man, who had led the Blue Sparrow sect disciples here, stood there with an ugly look on his face. Although he noticed the pleading eyes of his sect's disciples, he didn't show any intention to help. Not to mention that Blue Sparrow sect was in the wrong in the first place. The ones involved in this conflict were all young people, so an old man like him running over would be breaking the rules. Blue Sparrow sect had an origin returning realm master, but Shadow Moon Hall didn't. If he really dared to come over, it would only make the situation worse. So, even if he was angry, he could only stand there and watch from afar, not wanting to intervene at will. Then how many Saint Crystals do you have? Wei Guchang suddenly changed the subject. Yin Jianzhong turned his head to look at his fellow disciples and asked a few more questions before dejectedly saying, 500,000. Wei Guchang turned his eyes to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai simply said indifferently, 500,000 it is. It's barely enough to make up for the trauma in my heart. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about a trivial 500,000 Saint Crystals, but since these people from Blue Sparrow sect dared to provoke him, they had to pay a certain price. The fact that he didn't kill them was already the best result. As for the other party's face, if Wei Guchang didn't care, how could Yang Kai care? When Yin Jianzhong brought his junior brother here to force him to sell his pass, did he ever care about his face or wishes? If it weren't for him having some ability, if it were any other cultivator from a small family, Yin Jianzhong would have already succeeded. Then 500,000 it is, hurry up! Wei Guchang shouted in a dissatisfied tone. Only Master Brother Yang is magnanimous enough to settle this with a trivial 500,000. If it were me, I wouldn't be Wei Guchang if I didn't rip off your pants. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Guchang's face suddenly changed slightly. Dong Xin'er's small hand had unknowingly pinched the soft flesh on his waist, causing her face to blush slightly as she said, "Can you not say that? They have many female disciples." Not only did Dong Xin'er blush, but the dozen or so female disciples of Blue Sparrow sect also blushed, all of them glaring at Wei Guchang with extreme resentment. Blue Sparrow sect had 30 people, so after a long time, they were only able to gather 500,000 Saint Crystals. After all, everyone had come to the Lu Yin Sandfield, a place filled with dangers, so naturally, none of them had brought too many Saint Crystals with them. These Saint Crystals were all for the purpose of restoring themselves in the Lu Yin Sandfield. Once the 500,000 Saint Crystals were handed over to Yang Kai, Yin Jianzhong and the others left with their tails between their legs. Gutless rats. Wei Guchang looked at the departing backs of this group of people and shook his head disdainfully. Enough, let bygones be bygones, don't pay attention to them anymore. Dong Xin'er said softly, changing the subject at the right time. Didn't you bring some fine jade liquid to entertain Brother Yang this time? Since it's still early, you might as well take it out. In. If junior sister hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Wei Guchang laughed and patted his head, the ring on his hand flashing brilliantly as he took out some antique tables and chairs, arranged them in front of him, and enthusiastically invited Yang Kai to sit down before saying, I just inquired with Martial Uncle Wang and Martial Uncle Yin, and both of them said that there should still be 3 days before the opening of the Lu Yin Sandfield. On top of that, Elder Qian hasn't come yet, so we might as well drink while waiting. Good, Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse the kindness of others. The so-called fine jade liquid was taken out by Wei Guchang and arranged into 2 small jars. Once the seals were unsealed, a rich wine fragrance immediately spread out and poured into Yang Kai's nostrils. Dong Xin'er took out 2 plates of spirit fruits from her space ring. These spirit fruits were crystal clear and didn't seem to be ordinary things. Yang Kai didn't know much about wine, so when Wei Guchang handed one to him, he accepted it and drank it. After drinking it, he discovered that this was a kind of spirit wine, similar to the 1,000 safflower wine brewed by Tong Xian Realm's Soaring Heaven sect, which had the effect of strengthening one's body and improving one's cultivation. However, this fine jade liquid was of a much higher grade than the 1,000 safflower wine brewed by Feiyu Martial Uncle. After all, this was star territory, so the materials available here were of higher grade and rarer quality. After taking a sip of this wine, Yang Kai immediately felt his Saint Qi circulate faster. This wine was like a spiritual liquid that penetrated into his body and lay dormant in his physique, seemingly waiting for the right moment to erupt. Wei Gucheng took a big gulp, a satisfied expression appearing on his face before explaining to Yang Kai. This Wei brewed this fine jade liquid a long time ago when I was on an adventure. It can be said that on all of Shadowed Star, there is no one else who can brew it except this way. Yang Kai, don't underestimate this thing. Although it isn't very strong, it has a long-term restorative effect. If you drink this jar now, it will help Brother Yang restore his Saint Qi for at least half a month. Listening to his words, Kai Yang immediately understood that his previous conjecture was correct. The wine was indeed waiting for the right moment to erupt. Hurriedly, he said, I don't know much about wine. Letting me drink such a good thing is a bit of a waste of heaven's gift. Wei Gucheng laughed. No matter how good something is, if no one can share it, it's not a good thing. Xian is not good at drinking, and this way doesn't have many like-minded friends in Shadow Moon Hall. Now that I've met Brother Yang and can share a good time with him here, it's a great blessing. Brother Yang, don't say such things. You're not giving this way any face. Yang Kai didn't know whether he was being sincere or because of Qin Tong's instructions, but in any case, Wei Gucheng seemed to be getting along well with Yang Kai now. Then I won't be polite. Yang Kai laughed heartily and imitated Wei Gucheng's actions, taking a big gulp of wine, causing Wei Gucheng to cry out in agreement. Dong Xin'er sat quietly to the side with a happy smile on her face, watching Wei Gucheng and Yang Kai drink one mouthful after another, making her look even more beautiful. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because of the wine or because he was reminded of the scene, but he secretly thought that if Su Yin or Xiaoning Chang were here at this moment, they would definitely be like Dong Xin'er, right? They would all sit quietly by his side. For these women, as long as they could be with the man they loved, even if the sky fell, they wouldn't frown. Chapter 1173. About half a day later, Qian Tong led the 200 or so people to the vicinity of the Lu Yin sandfield. After hurriedly informing his disciples and the cultivator who had followed him, he went off to find the two Origin returning realm masters from Shadow Moon Hall. As if everyone had discussed this beforehand, with the arrival of the people from Shadow Moon Hall, a large number of cultivator continued to arrive, each one looking for a place where no one else was present, either huddling together or gathering in groups of 3 or 5. Those who huddled together were all disciples from great forces, while those who gathered in groups of 3 or 5 were from small families and small sects. The entire periphery of Lu Yin Sandfield was clearly divided. In less than a day, the number of cultivator who had gathered here had reached more than 2,000. There should still be some who hadn't arrived yet, otherwise, the number would have been even higher. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xin'er were also squeezed in the middle of the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, surrounded by nearly 70 people. Wei Gucheng wore a serious expression as he spoke to his fellow disciples. The Saint King realm men and women all nodded in agreement. Yang Kai didn't find any disciples from Thunder Typhoon Sect, Heaven Battling Union, or Colored Glass Sect here, so he figured they should have entered from another entrance. This was because there was more than one entrance to Lu Yin Sandfield. According to Wei Gucheng, there were a total of 4 entrances in all directions. The great forces had all chosen to enter from the nearest entrance, so they weren't all gathered in one place. Compared with the liveliness of the others, Yang Kai sat cross-legged alone in a remote location. No one came to find trouble with him. Those who had seen the power of him and Wei Gucheng before naturally didn't dare to provoke him again. Those who had come later seemed to realize that Yang Kai wasn't someone to be trifled with and didn't dare approach him. On the other hand, the cultivator from a small family was always surrounded by disciples from great forces. The purpose of these people was self-evident. They wanted to buy a pass from these small family cultivators. However, now that more and more people had arrived, these disciples from great forces didn't dare to bully others like Yin Jian had done before. All of them tried to persuade others with kind words and paid a sincere price. Some small family cultivator actually gave up on entering the Lu Yin Sandfield and instead sold their passes to these people. There were also some people who were determined to enter the Lu Yin Sandfield in search of benefits and opportunities, making the disciples from great forces who gathered around them unable to succeed no matter how hard they tried. When Kai Yang's eyes swept over a certain place, he suddenly paused. Letting out a soft cry of surprise, he slowly stood up and walked over. In that direction, there were two elderly men. They both had bitter smiles on their faces as they stood where they were. There were also a few people gathered around them, just like the people from the other small clans. Those people were taking turns to persuade them, enticing them with benefits, trying to buy the guild card from their hands. 150,000, 150,000 St. Crystals. I can't go any higher. Go ask if this price is fair. 150,000 St. Crystals is not a small number for us. What do two seniors think? If you think it's enough, then we have a deal. A middle-aged man said earnestly. Although his cultivation was the same as these two old men, third-order St. King, he was still a bit older. Moreover, now that they had a request, it didn't matter if they called them seniors. One of the two old men cupped his fists gently and said with a wry smile, "Several seniors, it's not that we don't want to give you face. It's just that we haven't seen what these passes look like yet. Our passes are in the hands of Shadow Moon Hall's Elder Qian and have not been issued yet." "That doesn't matter." The middle-aged man smiled heartily. "They haven't been issued yet, but they should be issued soon. You just need to hand them over to me when you get your passes, and I'll give you the St. Crystals first." The middle-aged man spoke with great sincerity and really began to count the St. Crystals. The two elderly men looked at each other with a helpless expression. 150,000 St. Crystals was indeed a huge sum of money for them, but in comparison, they were more willing to enter the Lu Yin sandfield. Inside, they might die, but there was also a chance they could gain a great deal and break through to the origin returning realm. They were old and had children, so their greatest wish in life was to break through to the origin returning realm before they died. For this wish, what harm was there in dying? They really didn't want to sell their passes. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity to enter the Lu Yin sandfield, and it was only by chance that the two of them would be able to enter. If they didn't seize this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. However, the middle-aged man was already counting the St. Crystals, so refusing now would only anger the other party. Although the two of them had come here with Shadow Moon Hall, they had no friendship with the people of Shadow Moon Hall. On the contrary, Elder Qian didn't see them as pleasing to the eye and hadn't caused them any trouble. Giving them 2 spots to enter the Lu Yin sandfield was already an act of mercy, so how could the two of them possibly care about such trivial matters? Just as they were feeling anxious, though, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in their ears. "What's wrong? Is someone trying to force a sale again?" This voice contained a hint of sarcasm, causing the middle-aged man who was counting the St. Crystals to look towards the source of the voice coldly. After seeing the face of this newcomer, he immediately cupped his fists with a smile and said cautiously, "This friend, I am not as arrogant and despotic as those people from Blue Sparrow sect. I won't force you to buy a pass from these two seniors, but I'm willing to pay 150,000 St. Crystals. You can ask around and see if this price is fair." The middle-aged man smiled apologetically as he quickly explained, feeling bitter in his heart, wondering why this guy had suddenly come over to intervene. Did he have some kind of relationship with these two old men? A day ago, the scene of Yang Kai and Wei Guchang dealing with Yin Jianzhong had been witnessed by this middle-aged man from beginning to end, so he naturally knew that Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, was not someone to be trifled with. If he really became angry, it wouldn't be 150,000 St. Crystals that could be settled, but 500,000. 500,000! The middle-aged man couldn't help trembling just thinking about it. Yang Kai. After the two old men saw Yang Kai, they immediately called out cautiously with embarrassed expressions. "Foreign Elder Chong, Foreign Elder Hao." Yang Kai cupped his fists to them and greeted them. Yang Kai knew these two, otherwise, he wouldn't have come over to meddle in their business. One was Chang Chi and the other was Haoan, both foreign elders of the Haiku family. The former had spent several months with Yang Kai in Starfield, while the latter was the one Wu Yi had always admired. Wu Yi often said that in the Haiku family, these two foreign elders treated her the best. In addition to these two, there was also a female foreign elder named Huang Wan who had a good relationship with her. This turned out to be true. When the Haiku family's patriarch Ian went to the city lord's mansion to invite a master to deal with Yang Kai, these 3 foreign elders used different methods to send Wu Yi a message, telling her to leave Dragon Cave Mountain as soon as possible to avoid disaster. Although it was the Haiku family that faced disaster in the end, the friendship between these three still made Wui feel grateful. These days, from time to time, she would mention the three of them. Unfortunately, Huang Wan had disappeared after leaving the Haiku family. No one knew where she had gone. Changqi and Howen had remained in the Haiku family and occasionally contacted Wu Yi. The awkward expressions on their faces were obviously because of their identities. Yang Kai and the Haiku family were not on good terms, so they still used the title of foreign elders of the Haiku family for fear that Yang Kai would cause them trouble. So when they saw Yang Kai in Heavenly Fate City's Space Array Hall, they didn't dare to come up and greet him. Firstly, they were afraid, and secondly, they felt embarrassed. But now, seeing Yang Kai actually take the initiative to salute them, the two of them immediately understood that they were measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Yang Kai didn't hold a grudge against them at all. Yang Kai certainly didn't hold a grudge against them. The Haiku family incident was simply because the patriarch named Ian didn't have eyes. Yang Kai still had a good impression of Changqi and Howen, so if Wui cared about them, these two were worthy of his help. He wants to buy your entry passes? Yang Kai asked. Yes, Changqi nodded, his expression becoming more natural. He offered 150,000 Saint Crystals? Yang Kai asked again. The two nodded again. The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly and said, Friend, you see, I didn't lie. A price of 150,000 Saint Crystals is indeed not low. What do you think? Yang Kai didn't pay attention to the middle-aged man and instead turned to Changqi and Howen. If the two of them intended to sell their entry passes, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't intervene. After all, entering this place was very dangerous, but if they didn't want to, the middle-aged man wouldn't be able to succeed. Yang Kai felt that it would be better for them to sell their entry passes. Although 150,000 Saint Crystals wasn't much in his opinion, to Changqi and Howen it was not a small fortune. They wouldn't have to risk their lives and would be able to obtain Saint Crystals, so why not? To Yang Kai's surprise, Changqi and Howen looked at each other and shook their heads firmly. We don't want to sell, we want to enter the Lu Yin sandfield. Yang Kai looked at them in surprise before turning to the middle-aged man and saying, Friend, did you hear? These two seniors of mine don't want to sell their entry passes. I heard, the middle-aged man nodded repeatedly before smiling apologetically. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Saying so, he quickly left with his fellow sect brothers. After they left, Changqi and Howen breathed a sigh of relief as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise. They had arrived late and hadn't seen the scene of Blue Sparrow sect's disciples being humiliated, so they naturally didn't know why this middle-aged man was so afraid of Yang Kai, even sending him away with just a few words. Two foreign elders, please come this way. There are too many people here, so it's not convenient to talk. Yang Kai beckoned to them and walked towards his previous resting place. Changqi and Howen felt a mix of emotions, some gratitude, some embarrassment, but still followed behind Yang Kai. A moment later, the three of them were far away from the noisy crowd and arrived at a secluded place. Not paying any attention, they all sat down cross-legged. Chapter 1174. After all, Changqi had been with Yang Kai for a long time, so his expression quickly recovered and he asked with a smile, Are there many things you don't understand? Yes, Yang Kai nodded. Why did the two of you come from the Haiku family? It was precisely because there were many things Yang Kai didn't understand that he had brought these two here to ask them about the situation. Entering the Flowing Flame Sandfield was an opportunity that only appeared once every 400 years. The Haiku family was a small family and only had 2 or 3 spots at most. Such an opportunity should have been given to the elders, or even the patriarch of the Haiku family in person. In any case, it was impossible for a foreign elder like Changqiu to come. Changqi sighed and said, None of them wanted to come. Otherwise, how could 2 old men like us be so lucky? How come no one came? Yang Kai was stunned. Howen smiled and explained, After the last incident, the Haiku family is no longer welcomed by Shadow Moon Hall. From the patriarch to the ordinary disciples, every day everyone in the family is in a state of panic. Many foreign elders have even left the Haiku family, leaving only me and old Chong. The elders are also in retreat and don't dare to go out easily. Are they afraid of me? Yang Kai suddenly understood. More or less, Changqi nodded. Of course, they are afraid that you will seek them out to settle accounts. The Haiku family has already given up a large part of its properties, and Eon is doing his best to shrink the family's strength, calling back all the family's disciples and forcing them to enter retreat. Coupled with Shadow Moon Hall's disdain for the family, life in the family is becoming more and more difficult. Now, in the entire Haiku family, besides me and Brother Hao, no one is willing to go out, and no one dares to. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He hadn't expected Patriarch Ian of the Haiku family to be so cautious. Even if Ian had provoked him before, out of respect for Wu Yi, Yang Kai had long since decided not to bother with him and had no intention of seeking revenge against the Haiku family. How could he have known that Ian was now treading on thin ice? However, they deserved it. Yang Kai wouldn't find trouble with them, but he wouldn't pity them either. Elder Qin was kind enough to give my Haiku family 2 spots to enter the Lu Yin sandfield. So Brother Hao and I rushed over. Changqi continued, if Brother Hao and I don't break through, we won't have many years left to live. I just want to enter the Lu Yin desert to find some opportunities to break through and see if I can fulfill my promise with the family head. Promise? Yang Kai frowned. What Patriarch means is that now that the entire family is in retreat, there is no need for us to offer anything. As long as we can hand over half of the benefits we obtained from Lu Yin Sandfield, we can leave the Haiku family and find another way out. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. Is he bullying an honest man? The other foreign elders left without a word, and Ian didn't mention any conditions. But when it was Changqi and Haoan's turn, they had to hand over half of the gains they obtained from the Flowing Flame Sandfield. Ian's calculations were quite good. He didn't need his own family members to take risks. Perhaps they could even obtain some good supplies. If this wasn't bullying an honest man, what was? At this moment, Yang Kai became more and more disgusted with Ian. Changqi and Haoan were also quite strange. The other foreign elders had all left, so why did they stay? On top of that, they had made such an unreasonable agreement with Ian. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Changqi explained with some sadness, Brother Hao and I are the family's foreign elders. We have received many benefits from the family over the years, so leaving like this really makes us feel uneasy, so the 2 of us agreed to the Patriarch's request. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Although he didn't agree with their approach, the loyalty of these 2 made Yang Kai admire them greatly. If it weren't for the word loyalty lingering in their hearts, they wouldn't have agreed to this condition. His brow furrowed, Yang Kai asked, if the 2 of you can safely return from Lu Yin Sandfield, where do you plan on going? Changqi and Haoan looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. The 2 of us have spent most of our lives in the Haiku family. Once we leave the family, we really don't know where to go. Third Order Saint Kings aren't high, but they aren't low either. The key is that the 2 of us are already quite old, so I'm afraid there won't be many places that will accept us. They didn't have any children, so naturally, there was no place they could seek refuge. Yang Kai smiled. If the 2 of you don't mind, how about settling down on Dragon Cave Mountain? Wu Yi and Yufeng often talk about you, and there are many disciples who originally belonged to the Haiku family there. With the 2 of you there, those little brats should be obedient. Changqi and Haoan's eyes lit up, the former exclaiming in disbelief, Can we go? Of course, it's not a restricted area. Junior is more than happy to welcome you, Yang Kai laughed. The 2 foreign elders' faces flushed with excitement as their beards trembled. Changqi stuttering, This? How could we accept this? It was obvious that he was very interested in going to Dragon Cave Mountain. Today's Dragon Cave Mountain was no longer the same as it used to be. The mountain peaks were shrouded in clouds, and the world energy aura was extremely dense, enough to be used as a spirit land for the establishment of a sect. As time passed, the world energy aura there would only become richer and richer. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. None of us are outsiders. When you go there, you can also take some time to guide the cultivation of those disciples. The 2 foreign elders looked at each other, got up at the same time, cupped their fists, and said in unison, If that's the case, it would be impolite of us to refuse. Changqi then added, If we can return safely this time, our 2 old lives will be sold to little brother. Senior is too serious. 2 seniors being alive is more important than anything else. Yang Kai quickly asked them to sit down before continuing to ask, I wonder if two seniors have made any preparations to enter the Lu Yin sandfield? We have made some preparations, but I don't know if they will be of any use, Hao sighed. Hao sighed. Brother Chong and I spent all of our life savings and finally managed to purchase a Saint King grade high-rank ice attribute defensive artifact. In addition to that, there were also some healing pills, but we couldn't prepare anything else. This was where people differed from one another. A Saint King grade high-rank artifact usually cost between 30,000 and 40,000 Saint crystals. Even if the current era was special and ice attribute defensive artifacts were expensive, at most one would only cost 50,000 to 60,000 Saint crystals. These two foreign elders had exhausted their life savings. However, these Saint crystals were not worth mentioning to Yang Kai. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai took out 8 jade bottles from his space ring and handed them to each of them, explaining, 1 bottle is for healing, 2 bottles are for restoring Saint Qi, and 1 bottle is for resisting the heat. Keep them for yourselves. The pills used to resist the heat were snow and ice pills. Yang Kai had refined a total of 2 bottles, and now he had given them both to them. The two of them were about to refuse when Yang Kai added, I have a lot of these things, so don't refuse. Chang Chi and Howen exchanged a glance and gratefully accepted the 4 bottles of pills silently, some tears even appearing in their old eyes. At this moment, they couldn't help feeling a little touched. Both of them had spent most of their lives in the Haiku family and had devoted most of their lives to it. But now Ian wanted to drive them away and even put forward such conditions. However, when it came to Yang Kai, he didn't even blink an eye and took out 8 bottles of pills. The contrast was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chang Chi and Howen suddenly felt that leaving the Haiku family and following Yang Kai wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The sadness and loneliness they had been feeling these past few days suddenly sweeping away. These Saint crystals, take them as well. I heard that in the flame area, it is impossible to circulate one's secret art to absorb world energy. This world energy contains a kind of fire poison that if absorbed into one's body, it will cause great harm to anyone. All recovery can only rely on Saint crystals and pills. Yang Kai took out another ring and handed it to the two of them. This time, they didn't refuse and Chang Chi happily accepted it. After sweeping it with his divine sense slightly, he immediately paled and exclaimed, This is too much. The space ring Yang Kai gave them was the one Injian had given him a day ago, and it contained a total of 500,000 Saint crystals. Chang Chi had never seen so many Saint crystals in his life, and was so frightened that he almost threw his ring away. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, I still have more Saint crystals, take them first. If you can't use them all up, take them back and use them slowly. Consider them a deposit for me, inviting the two of you to settle down on Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Dragon Cave Mountain was now under the care of Qian Tong and was protected by the spirit array arranged by Yang Yin, so it was extremely safe. However, the combat power of the people here was still a weakness. Among all of them, besides Yang Kai himself, who could be regarded as a valiant fighter, the others weren't worth mentioning. Wu Yi was just a first-order Saint King, and although her aptitude was good, she still needed a lot of time to grow. Chang Chi and Howen were already third-order Saint Kings, so if they could break through to the origin returning realm, Dragon Cave Mountain's safety would be another layer of protection. An origin returning realm cultivator could use Sure, a power that even Yang Kai had a headache dealing with. Yang Kai had recruited them to Dragon Cave Mountain because we had a good relationship with them and their loyalty was unparalleled. On the other hand, Yang Kai also wanted to add some powerful cultivator to Dragon Cave Mountain. The two foreign elders had been stuck at the third-order Saint King realm for many years, but because of their aptitude, they had been unable to break through. If they were given an origin condensing pill at this time, they would definitely be able to break through their current shackles. However, the emerald silk grass required to refine origin condensing pills seemed to be very rare. Yang Kai only had 2 stalks before, but they had already been used up. It seemed that after entering the Lu Yin sandfield, Yang Kai would have to go to the treasure area to see if he could find some emerald silk grass. If he could obtain some, that would be best, but if he couldn't, he could still purchase it. In any case, Yang Kai didn't lack Saint crystals right now. After much persuasion, Changqi, and Haoan finally accepted the ring. Yang Kai then began to explain to them what he had heard from Wei Gucheng about Lu Yin Sandfield. Although Changqi and Haoan had also obtained some information in this regard, it wasn't as complete as what Yang Kai had told them, so they listened attentively, not daring to miss anything. Chapter 1175. Yang Kai was originally wondering if he could let Changqi and Haoan follow the other Shadow Moon Hall disciples. After all, if everyone moved together, their safety would be increased by a lot. Although it felt rather out of place to have two half-grown old men sandwiched between all those young and beautiful girls, but at times, age was also a synonym for experience and experience. Their powers were not weak, and they might not be unable to help the people from the Shadow Moon Palace. When he proposed this idea, both Changqi and Haoan shook their heads and refused. They were not worried that they would not fit in because of the age difference between them and the Shadow Moon Hall disciples. Instead, since they were determined to enter the Lu Yin Desert to find their own opportunities, they naturally could not move together with others. If they did, they would have to share any benefits with others. The two of them did not even plan to stay together. They were prepared to split up after entering the Lu Yin Desert. They were right. Yang Kai thought about it and did not insist. 2 days later, the Qian Tong came in a hurry and distributed everyone's pass. He also gave everyone a small secret treasure called a Yuan magnetic pointer. The Lu Yin Desert was too big, and there were no sun, moon, or stars inside. Once inside, it was impossible to distinguish the direction. This Yuan magnetic pointer was used to help people identify the direction. Wei Gucheng had mentioned it to Yang Kai before. After receiving it, Yang Kai immediately knew how to use it after fiddling with it a few times. This pointer was very delicate. No matter how it was turned, it would always point to a specific location. With the help of this thing, there was no need to worry about getting lost in the Lu Yin Desert. Yang Kai carefully put away the Yuan magnetic pointer and sat cross-legged with Changqi and Haoan to rest. As time passed, the dark red energy curtain covering the Lu Yin Desert began to fade at a clear and discernible speed. Moreover, there were waves of extremely unstable energy fluctuations coming from inside the Lu Yin Desert. After noticing this, everyone stood up. They also understood that the forbidden area was about to open. They could not help but rub their hands together in excitement. Many people looked at the Lu Yin Desert expectantly, secretly imagining what benefits they would obtain inside. Only the return to Void Stage powerhouses who had led the team here wore worried expressions, because they knew better than anyone else the dangers of the Lu Yin Desert. Many of these return to Void Realm cultivators had personally ventured into the Void Realm 400 years ago and only returned after experiencing many hardships. Those returned to Void Realm cultivators who had not ventured into the Void Realm had read about it in the ancient records of their respective sects. Although they were worried, none of the Origin returning Realm Masters showed their emotions, because if they wanted to obtain benefits, they had to pay a certain price. Even if the price was thousands of lives, as long as their core disciples were fine, they didn't care. Origin returning Realm Masters continued to fly over the heads of the crowd, shouting loudly and cheering for these Saint Kings who were about to enter the Lu Yin Desert. Of course, they did not forget to remind them to be careful, try not to get into conflicts with others, and to show mutual respect. It was unknown how many people listened to this nonsense, but where there was profit, there would be disputes. Every time the Lu Yin Desert opened, 20 to 30% of the people who entered would be killed because of fighting over treasures. Half a day later, the unstable energy fluctuations coming from the Lu Yin Desert suddenly subsided. Immediately, the light-colored energy curtain also stabilized after a series of dazzling changes. It was obvious that in a certain territory, the light red energy curtain had become even lighter and looked like an open door. The Lu Yin Desert had officially opened. The elders of the various sects shouted with all their might as they rushed to the entrance one after the other. Almost 3,000 people rushed to the entrance in an instant. More than a dozen Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters stood there, glaring at them. But when they saw these Saint Kings rush over, they all released their shur. The entire world seemed to freeze as all the Saint King Realm Masters froze in place, struggling to even move. Those with poor endurance paled and their clothes were soaked in sweat. The feeling of being enveloped by shur was very disgusting. It was a feeling of not being able to control one's life or death, as if their lives were in the hands of the owner of this shire. What are you fighting for? An old man with a ruddy complexion flew up into the sky, swept his eyes around with dignity, and shouted, "All of you, line up for this old master and enter one by one. Anyone who dares to fight for a spot will be immediately disqualified." After listening to this old man, everyone began to line up obediently. Fortunately, the entrance was not too narrow, and the line was directly divided into 5 lines. According to the old man's requirements, everyone who entered the Lu Yin Desert had to hold up their entry pass in front of them for the many origin returning realm masters to inspect. Those without entry passes would not be able to pass. Brother Yang, Yang Kai had just brought Chang-Chi and Howen to the end of a line when he heard Wei Guchang calling out to him. Looking towards the source of the voice, Yang Kai saw Wei Guchang and Dong Xian standing in a line near him. Behind them were all disciples from Shadow Moon Hall. "Brother Wei," Yang Kai smiled at him. "Brother Yang, once we enter, I will send a message to everyone through the communication artifact. If you can receive my message, it would be best if you could act together with this way. I have a few junior brothers and junior sisters with me. If we work together, we can pass through the flame area as soon as possible," Wei Guchang said as he pointed to the people around him. These men and women also seemed to be core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Even if their status was not as high as Wei Guchang and Dong Xianers, it should not be too far off. However, they were not as perceptive as Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, so after hearing Wei Guchang's words, they all showed puzzled looks and some reluctance. In their minds, if Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King, really acted with them, he would definitely drag them down. They were all core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, so naturally, they were unwilling to bring along a stranger like Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said indifferently, "Good." Wei Guchang seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's perfunctory attitude and did not say anything more. When he was chatting with Yang Kai 2 days ago, he had noticed that Yang Kai seemed to want to act alone. The line passed through quickly. After all, there were more than a dozen Third-Order Origin returning realm masters standing on both sides of the line to check their entry passes. With a sweep of their divine senses, they were allowed to pass through one after another. The number of Saint Kings decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it was Yang Kai's turn. Holding his entry pass through the divine senses of the many origin returning realm masters, he immediately heard Qian Tong's voice, "Nephew Yang, you must be careful and return safely." Yang Kai nodded gently to Qian Tong before passing through the entrance directly. A slight sense of dizziness washed over him, and by the time Yang Kai reacted, he found himself in an extremely hot environment. From all directions, waves of heat washed over him one after another. The ground under his feet was a kind of reddish-brown soil that had been baked at high temperatures all year round. Cracks spread across the ground like a spider's web. These cracks varied in size, some as large as ravines while others as wide as canyons. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single blade of grass growing, with many rocky hills and slopes obstructing one's line of sight. Is this the flame area? Yang Kai did not use his Saint Chi to protect his body, but he still felt his skin tingle from the heat. Even with his powerful physique, he could still feel pain, let alone the other Saint Kings who entered this place. If they were slightly weaker, they would immediately have to use their Saint Chi to protect their bodies to resist the omnipresent heat. The world energy here contained a strange fire poison that could not be absorbed at all. As a result, the cultivator could only use his Saint Chi and pills to restore his strength. If he could not make ends meet, he would eventually run out of strength, and when that time came, he would be in danger. However, this slight tingling sensation was not a big problem for Yang Kai. He could even withstand dangers like the void storm with his physical body, let alone this kind of heat. This was only the outermost area, and Yang Kai believed that it would be even hotter if he went further in. There was not a single person to be seen, and the cultivator who had entered before had been teleported to some unknown place. Others could not feel the strangeness of this place, but as soon as Yang Kai entered, he noticed that the space here seemed to be a little unstable. It was because of this instability that the cultivator who had passed through the same entrance would appear in different positions in the Lu Yin sandfield. In front of him, A light red ribbon of fire attribute, qi slowly floated by. Looking around, Yang Kai discovered that there was a lot of this fire attribute qi that had already condensed into a solid substance. Each and every one of these fire attribute qi was like a spirit snake dancing in the air, looking very beautiful. Just as he was observing, a burst of space fluctuations suddenly appeared nearby, and immediately 2 figures appeared, one to his left and one to his right. They were the 2 cultivator who had passed through the entrance after him. Both of them were men, and before they had time to observe their surroundings, their faces changed when they felt the heat of this place. One of them immediately circulated his Saint Qi to protect himself, but the other did not do so. His strength was obviously higher, but he soon began to sweat profusely. Yang Kai frowned and found that the cultivator who was circulating his Saint Qi to protect himself was actually wearing the clothes of the Shadow Moon Hall, so he should be a disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall. After the 2 stabilized themselves, they began to look around. After discovering that there were 2 other people here, the expression of the disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall changed slightly, especially when he saw Yang Kai. A strange look flashed in his eyes. However, he had no intention of greeting Yang Kai and directly left the place, moving very quickly. The other person, however, looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, then suddenly grinned and said, "Friend, are you interested in traveling together with this one?" "Not interested," Yang Kai replied indifferently. He did not even want to talk to Wei Guchang, let alone this guy of unknown origin. The man did not seem to expect Yang Kai to refuse so bluntly. He pinched his nose awkwardly and did not continue to pester him. He cupped his fists to Yang Kai and left in another direction. Chapter 1176. After walking far away, the man who had invited Yang Kai to accompany him glanced back, a strange look appearing on his face as he muttered to himself, "A first-order Saint King can stand here without using his Saint Qi to protect himself? It's really strange." Even for him, a third-order Saint King, it was a bit difficult for him to cope and his clothes were soon soaked in sweat, but he found that Yang Kai wasn't in such a sorry state, which was why he had invited him, because he subconsciously felt that Yang Kai wasn't simple. However, the other party seemed a bit unreasonable, so he tactfully didn't say anything. In this kind of place, the more words one spoke, the better. Who knew what kind of personality this first-order Saint King had? If he provoked the other party, it wouldn't be good for him to fight. The Lu Yin sandfield had only opened once every 400 years, so it could be said that there were treasures everywhere, so naturally, he had to seize the opportunity to find them. After he left, Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while. He felt that the voice of the cultivator who had invited him was a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but Yang Kai was sure he had never met this person before. How could someone he had never met before have heard his voice? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai stopped thinking about this problem and took out the Yuan magnetic compass from his space ring. The communication artifact that was placed next to the Yuan magnetic compass seemed to have some divine sense fluctuations, so it should be a message from Wei Guchang. Yang Kai took it out and sensed it, and sure enough, not only was there a message from him, but also the divine senses of Dong Xiner and the other disciples of Shadow Moon Hall shuttling back and forth, asking for each other's location before deciding on a meeting place. Yang Kai ignored it and threw the communication artifact back into his space ring before confirming the direction with the Yuan magnetic compass and heading towards the depths of the Lu Yin sandfield. About 300 kilometers away from Yang Kai, Wei Guchang stood at the foot of a huge slope. This slope was very conspicuous, and even from a distance, one could see its outline. He and the other core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall had agreed to meet here, so as long as they weren't idiots, they should be able to find this place quickly. Dong Xiner was the closest to him, so after half a cup of tea worth of time, Dong Xiner was the first to arrive. "Brother!" Dong Xiner called out happily as she flew over, a light blue halo covering her body that exuded a faint chill, isolating her from the heat. This was the protective effect of the origin-grade low-rank defensive artifact Yang Yin had refined for her. Wei Guchang, like Yang Kai, did not immediately use his artifact or Saint Qi to protect himself. Instead, he simply stood in place, seemingly enjoying this baking heat. Seeing Dong Xiner arrive, he immediately showed a gentle smile. "Brother, The junior brothers and junior sisters who are going to the treasure area with us have all replied, but Brother Yang hasn't. Is he too far away from us, beyond the range of this communication artifact? Dong Xin'er asked with some concern. Not necessarily. Wei Gucheng shook his head. Our communication artifact was refined by Grandmaster Gu Lin himself, so its range is 500 kilometers. We didn't enter this place too far apart, so even if we were to split up, we should be nearby. Brother Yang not replying. He should have his own plans. Brother, what you mean is that Brother Yang wants to act alone. He doesn't want to come with us? Dong Xin'er was also an intelligent woman, so after hearing Wei Gucheng's words, she immediately understood Yang Kai's plan. Those with ability all like to act alone. Wei Gucheng grinned. What about you, brother? Do you also want to act alone, free and easy? Dong Xin'er suddenly asked faintly. Wei Gucheng laughed heartily. Brother, I naturally want to go with you. The two of us together, under the moonlight, under the flowers, running amok in this forbidden area. Wouldn't that be great? Hearing his nonsense, Dong Xin'er couldn't help but spit, but her small face was still brimming with a happy smile. Wei Gucheng coldly snorted. If possible, of course I would want it to be just the two of us, but there's no other way. Marshal Uncle Wang and Marshal Uncle Yin specially instructed me to take good care of those junior brothers and junior sisters, so I can't just leave them behind. It's funny that when I invited Brother Yang before, they looked dissatisfied. How could they know how strong Brother Yang is? I'd rather travel with Brother Yang than bring these burdens. Being in a sect, there are always some things that don't go your way. Brother, don't worry too much. Dong Xin'er softly comforted. This was her biggest advantage, and also what Wei Gucheng liked most about her. She could always comfort him with the right words at the most appropriate time. Every time he was in a bad mood, as long as he said a few words to her, his mood would immediately calm down. Of course I know. Forget it, let's not talk about this. They should be coming soon, and it would be quite sad if they heard it. Wei Gucheng smiled and shook his head. He immediately stopped talking about this matter, and instead discussed with Dong Xin'er the direction and route they should take. At this moment, Yang Kai encountered his first fire spirit beast. He originally thought that the fire spirit beast would be the same as the monster beast, and would be easy to find. Since he came in, he had been looking around, wanting to see what was so strange about this thing that only existed in Lu Yin sand, and even more so, he wanted to see what was so special about the fire crystal stone. Who would have thought that he couldn't find any trace of the fire spirit beast? Just as he was looking around, a flame suddenly gushed out from a crack in the ground under his feet. Soon after, a fire spirit beast that looked like a fierce tiger appeared on the scene, shaking its head and swaying its tail. Yang Kai didn't rush to attack, but carefully observed. Indeed, as Wei Gucheng had said before, the fire spirit beast's body was illusory, constantly changing, and very strange. Its aura was perfectly concealed by the heat of Lu Yin sand. So even though Yang Kai was very vigilant, Yang Kai didn't notice it until it jumped out from the crack under his feet. This tiger-like fire spirit beast looked very weak, only at the level of a fifth-order monster beast. A fifth-order monster beast was equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. It didn't even have a complete body, only a majestic tiger head and half of its body. From the waist down, all that was left was a mass of flame. Yang Kai was disappointed. The tiger-like fire spirit beast took the initiative to attack, but Yang Kai just threw a punch, Saint Chi gushing out from his fist, and directly scattered it. The flame burst, and the tiger-like fire spirit beast disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a dark red, sand-like object that fell from the sky. Yang Kai casually reached out and caught it in his hand. Is this a fire crystal stone? Even though this was the first time he had seen it, Yang Kai recognized at a glance that this was the fire crystal stone Wei Gucheng had been talking about so much. However, this thing was simply too small. Although the world energy contained inside was pure enough, the amount it could store was nothing to be proud of. Yang Kai only needed to circulate his Saint Chi casually to absorb all of the energy inside this thing. Shaking his head with some dissatisfaction, Yang Kai estimated that the size of a fire crystal stone should be directly related to the rank of the fire spirit beast. The higher the rank of the fire spirit beast, the larger the fire crystal stone would be. This kind of sand-sized fire crystal stone was only a crystal from a 5th-order fire spirit beast, so 6th order, 7th order, and even 8th order fire spirit beasts might be different. There was no challenge in the outermost flame area, so Yang Kai lost interest in carefully investigating this place. With a single thought, the sound of wind and thunder rang out as a pair of beautiful wings suddenly unfurled behind him. These wings were translucent and had arcs of lightning curling around them. These were the wind and thunder wings that Yang Kai had not used for a long time. When he was on Tongxian realm, the wind and thunder wings had provided him with great help, but since obtaining a flight-type artifact like a star shuttle, the usefulness of the wind and thunder wings had gradually decreased. After arriving at Tongxian territory, Yang Kai had not used the wind and thunder wings again. Yang Kai had not expected that in this kind of place, there would be a need to test them. Pouring his Saint Chi into the wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai's speed suddenly soared as he transformed into a stream of light and disappeared from where he stood. Yang Kai was overjoyed as he found that his guess was correct. Although it was impossible to use a star shuttle in this Lu Yin sandfield, and the cultivator could not fly, the wind and thunder wings were not greatly restricted. As long as he did not leave the ground, he would be fine. However, once Yang Kai tried to leave the ground, an infinite pressure would descend from the sky and abruptly suppress him. After testing this a few times, Yang Kai obediently relied on the wind and thunder wings to travel on foot. This forbidden land was very strange. Yang Kai did not know what kind of mysterious world principles it contained, but in any case, there were many restrictions. Along the way, Yang Kai did not encounter a single person, as if he was the only one exploring this huge Lu Yin sandfield. Of course, Yang Kai knew that this was just an illusion. The Lu Yin sandfield was simply too big. It was a circular territory, and the closer one was to the outside, the wider the perimeter, so the chances of encountering another cultivator were naturally lower. However, as long as one walked deeper in, the elites would gradually gather at the center, and the chances of encountering each other would increase. When that time came, there would likely be more conflicts. Fire spirit beasts were indeed common in the flame area. As Yang Kai hurried along, from time to time, one or two fire spirit beasts of varying levels would emerge from the cracks in the ground, trying to obstruct his progress. There were even some fire spirit beasts that swaggered out and wandered around. Facing these fire spirit beasts, which were equivalent to 5th order or 6th order in strength, Yang Kai really couldn't bring himself to kill them, so he simply ignored them and left. The further he went, the higher the surrounding temperature became. Not only did the temperature cause Yang Kai's skin to sting, but even the fire poison contained in the heat waves became stronger, silently seeping into Yang Kai's body through his pores, affecting his bodily functions and the circulation of his Saint Chi. This fire poison was extremely overbearing. Even if Yang Kai circulated his secret art, he was unable to dissolve it. If too much of it accumulated, it would pose a great danger to anyone, so Yang Kai could only forcibly expel it from his body. As the temperature of the flame area increased and the fire poison raged, Yang Kai had to push his Saint Chi to protect his body, resisting both the heat and the fire poison. Chapter 11, 77. 3 days later, Yang Kai entered a valley-like area. During these 3 days, he had been on his way, and with the bonus of his wind and thunder wings, his speed was much faster than others. During this time, except for encountering an 8th order fire spirit beast, which he killed with some effort, nothing else happened. The 8th order fire spirit beast's body had already solidified to a certain extent, so when it suddenly emerged from a crack in the ground, it really gave Yang Kai a fright. If not for his quick reaction and the help of his wind and thunder wings, this sneak attack alone would have been enough to injure him. Only now did Yang Kai understand that the real threat of fire spirit beasts was not their strength, but their ability to perfectly blend in with the environment of this Lu Yin desert. As long as they did not take the initiative to appear, a cultivator would not be able to detect them. However, their appearance was always accompanied by a fatal sneak attack. An 8th order fire spirit beast was equivalent to a Saint King, so if it had been any other cultivator, they would have died long ago. However, Yang Kai finally managed to kill it and obtained a fire crystal stone the size of a pigeon's egg. This piece of fire crystal stone was much larger than the first one he obtained, so its value was definitely not low. As long as an alchemist or artifact refiner could perfectly integrate the pure fire energy contained in this fire crystal stone into the pills or artifacts they refined, they could improve the grade and quality of the pills and artifacts they refined. Such a harvest made Yongkai a little happy, and he couldn't help but want to find another 8th Order fire spirit beast to kill. After all, he was an alchemist himself, so this kind of thing would be helpful to him. After entering the valley, Yongkai's divine sense covered a range of 300 meters around him, lest he encounter another sneak attack from a powerful fire spirit beast. The terrain here was very strange. In all directions, there were barren mountains. The entire valley looked like a huge pit in the ground. The valley was so big that one couldn't see the end of it. There were crisscrossing ravines everywhere in the valley. The large ravines looked like bottomless abysses, which made people shudder. Yongkai didn't care, and instead urged his wind and thunder wings to continue forward. He had the same idea as Wei Guchong, which was to rush to the treasure area as soon as possible and collect some spirit grasses and spirit herbs before many people entered. Once all the elites from the various major forces entered, there would be less good stuff to collect. Everyone should be in a hurry right now. Yongkai had the wind and thunder wings, which gave him a huge advantage. Half a day later, Yongkai had already arrived at the interior of the valley. Surprisingly, he had not encountered a single fire spirit beast in this half a day. Previously, no matter how lucky he was, there would be 1 or 2 fire spirit beasts that recklessly rushed out to block his path every 1 or 2 hours. But now, half a day had passed, and there was no trace of any fire spirit beasts, which made him very puzzled. It was as if this valley was a forbidden area for fire spirit beasts, and they would not come here. Yongkai was happy to see this, and continued to move forward. But suddenly, Yongkai's face changed, and in a flash, he hurriedly dodged to the side. Just now, when he used his divine sense to investigate, he felt an abnormal energy fluctuation. Yongkai was very familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation. It was the sign of a fire spirit beast rushing out from the cracks in the ground to attack. Sure enough, when he changed his position, several fire spirit beasts of different shapes and levels suddenly rushed out from his original position. Yongkai didn't want to pay attention to them and just wanted to move forward, but before he could stand firm, the abnormal energy fluctuation appeared again, and the place where it appeared was still under his feet. Yongkai frowned and changed his position again. This time, the energy fluctuation came from under his feet for the 3rd time. At the same time, in all directions, the entire valley seemed to be boiling, the chaotic energy fluctuating up and down, and flames rushed out from the crisscrossing cracks, transforming into strange fire spirit beasts. The number of flames rushing out from the cracks in the ground was simply too many to count, and there were even more flames flashing in the distance. Yongkai's complexion finally changed. There seemed to be something wrong with this valley. He never thought that the fire spirit beasts would be so dense, and this place was completely different from what he had imagined. This valley was not a forbidden area for the fire spirit beasts. It was clearly their paradise. Who knew why so many fire spirit beasts had gathered here? In just a dozen breaths of time, Yongkai was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, all of whom were glaring at him with malicious intent. Yongkai swept the area with his divine sense, and his face sank. Just within a radius of 1,000 feet around him, there were already over 10,000 fire spirit beasts gathered. Although most of these fire spirit beasts were unsightly at the 5th or 6th rank, there were also 7th and 8th rank fire spirit beasts mixed in with them. Even further away from him, there were even more fire spirit beasts rushing over here one after another. Yongkai felt as if he had inadvertently poked a big hornet's nest, his expression extremely ugly. Not being able to fly meant that he would have to kill his way out of this encirclement. With so many fire spirit beasts, how long would it take him to kill them all? Just as Yongkai was hesitating, a loud roar rang out, and the fire spirit beasts that had gathered around him took the initiative to launch an attack, rushing towards Yongkai in droves. These beasts bared their fangs and charged towards Yongkai, some of them even using fire attribute energy to attack. Some of these beasts spat out fireballs from their mouths, while others attacked like fire snakes towards Yongkai. There were even some that shot out like sharp arrows, their speed extremely fast, and the sound of them tearing through the air rang out incessantly. These energy attacks could only be launched by fire spirit beasts that had reached the 7th order. Yang Kai roared as his Saint Chi surged, and a long sword covered in demonic flames appeared in his hand. Swinging it forward, a shocking sword wave appeared, and all the 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts that were struck by this sword wave were reduced to dust and dissipated into the air. Yang Kai waved his hand again and sent out a dozen pitch-black spears filled with demonic flames in all directions. Each spear was incredibly powerful and pierced through the bodies of countless fire spirit beasts before gradually disappearing. Profound heavenly sword, heaven-punishing spear. Yang Kai continued to use these 2 heavens divine skills, killing the fire spirit beasts that rushed towards him. When others encountered so many fire spirit beasts, even if they were in groups, they could only wait to be killed because there were simply too many of these fire spirit beasts. Even if most of them couldn't withstand a single blow, it would still take a huge amount of energy to kill them all. Perhaps before a cultivator could kill them all, the cultivator would run out of energy and be overwhelmed by these fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai was different. He had never worried about the amount of energy stored in his body. Before, he had stored his yang liquid, but now that his Saint Chi had transformed into demonic flames, all of his strength was stored in his physique. Yang Kai's Saint Chi reserves were hundreds or thousands of times greater than any Saint King Realm Master. Even Origin returning Realm Masters couldn't compare to him. Pouring out his Saint Chi recklessly, Yang Kai made the fire spirit beasts swarming towards him completely understand what it meant to be slaughtered like flies. Soon, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. When such a large number of fire spirit beasts appeared just now, he was really surprised for a moment, but in the next moment, he became excited. Because with so many fire spirit beasts, how many fire crystal stones could he harvest? Even if the fire crystal stones in the bodies of 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts were useless, the 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts were different. The fire crystal stones in their bodies could definitely be used for alchemy or artifact refining. But now, Yang Kai discovered a strange phenomenon. The fire spirit beasts he killed seemed to be fundamentally different from the fire spirit beasts outside. They didn't have any fire crystal stones in their bodies. After the time it would take to boil a cup of tea, Yang Kai had killed at least 300 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts, and even a dozen or so 7th order fire spirit beasts. Strangely, whether they were 5th order, 6th order, or 7th order fire spirit beasts, after their bodies dissipated, not a single fire crystal stone was left behind. Something is wrong. Yang Kai was puzzled, but after slaughtering for a while, he suddenly turned his eyes to an 8th order fire spirit beast not far away. He really wanted to know if this guy's body was the same. The demonic flame sword in his hand swept out in a semicircle, and the fire spirit beasts touched by his demonic flame directly collapsed and dissipated. Yang Kai quickly opened a gap in the crowd of fire spirit beasts and rushed straight towards the 8th order fire spirit beast. Before Yang Kai even arrived, a heaven-punishing spear had already shot out. The 8th order fire spirit beast was quite extraordinary and quickly dove into the crowd of fire spirit beasts, using the bodies of its dozen or so companions to resist the attack of the heaven-punishing spear. Not waiting for Yang Kai to launch another attack, it opened its mouth and spat out a fire dragon. Yang Kai didn't dodge and instead pushed his Saint Chi to resist the raging fire dragon. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai arrived in front of the fire dragon and slashed out with his demonic flame sword. This time, the 8th order fire spirit beast was unable to dodge, and the sword wave split open a meter-long crack on its head. After the sword wave raged on, the 8th order fire spirit beast let out a whimper and disappeared. Yang Kai searched carefully and found that it really didn't have any fire crystal stones. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help having the urge to curse out loud. These countless fire spirit beasts had trapped him here, but after killing them all, there was no harvest at all. This was somewhat intolerable. If he could obtain a large number of fire crystal stones, Yang Kai felt that this slaughter would have been somewhat worthwhile, but with no benefits at all, how could he be in the mood to continue entangling with them here? After a loud roar, a giant black dragon several dozen meters long suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's body. It was condensed from the golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body. However, after injecting Yang Kai's unique Saint Qi, this golden dragon transformed into its current appearance, one that was pitch black and covered in demonic flames. Its pair of dragon eyes were even larger than a human's face, giving it a powerful aura. The giant black dragon shook its head and waved its tail as it rushed into the fire spirit beasts and began a frenzied rampage. The densely packed fire spirit beasts couldn't avoid it in time and were quickly wiped out. At the same time, Yang Kai also took out the purple shield that Yang Yin had refined for him and placed it on his back to resist the attacks of the fire spirit beasts. He also took out the 100 Mountains picture that originally belonged to the Su family and summoned a series of mountain phantoms from it towards the fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai's strength was much higher than Su Jishan's. Su Jishan could only summon 6 mountain phantoms back then, but Yang Kai could summon 8 with ease at this moment. Chapter 1178. The 100 Mountains picture was an excellent artifact for one-on-one combat, but it was also very suitable for group attacks. The 8 huge mountain phantoms looked illusory and ethereal, but each one of them had the weight of a mountain. They didn't need to exert any kind of pressure, just the mere fact that they smashed down was enough. After Yang Kai crazily poured his Saint Qi into them, the mountain phantoms began to emit a faint, demonic flame aura. For a time, the entire mountain valley was shaken by the mountain phantoms, and the fire spirit beasts rushed over in large groups before disappearing in droves. This was the first time Yang Kai had used the 100 Mountains picture and suddenly found that this artifact was quite useful. At the very least, it was much faster than using his profound, heavenly sword and heaven-punishing spear to kill fire spirit beasts. Immediately, he put away his demonic flame sword and focused on releasing the power of the 100 Mountains picture. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk violent explosions rang out from the mountain valley, deafening everyone's ears. At the same time, in the direction Yang Kai had come from, a group of 3 people appeared at the entrance of the mountain valley. 2 of the 3 were third-order Saint Kings, while the other was a first-order Saint King. From the way the 3 of them walked, it was obvious the 2 third-order Saint Kings were sandwiching the first-order cultivator in the middle, seemingly protecting him. When this group arrived in front of the mountain valley, the cultivator walking at the front suddenly stopped, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he stared suspiciously into the mountain valley. Since he didn't move, the 2 people behind him naturally stopped as well. The cultivator at the back remained vigilant, but the short young man sandwiched between them didn't seem to care at all. From time to time, he would look around, as if he wasn't here to adventure in the Lu Yin desert, but to play. After investigating the mountain valley for the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, the 3 of them didn't show any intention of moving forward. The short young man couldn't help urging the person in front of him. "Xie Yong, what are you looking at? Hurry up and move." The cultivator called Xie Yong heard this and turned back to the young man. "Young master, wait a moment. There seems to be something wrong with this mountain valley." Saying so, he beckoned to the third-order Saint King cultivator at the back of the group. After this cultivator stepped forward, the 2 began to investigate together, whispering to one another from time to time. When the young man saw the serious look on their faces, he coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. "Aren't you making a fuss over nothing? Along the way, we haven't encountered any danger at all. Weren't those fire spirit beasts that jumped out easily killed by this young master? In my opinion, this Lu Yin desert doesn't live up to its name at all. The rumors about how dangerous it is are obviously just rumors to scare those who don't know about it. Unfortunately, they can't scare this young master." This young man was none other than Xie Hongwan, who had a grudge with Yang Kai before. The other 2 third-order Saint King cultivator were naturally the cultivator sent by the Xie family to protect him. Qian Tong had specifically told Yang Kai before that these 2 cultivator weren't from Shadow Moon Hall. After listening to Xie Hongwan's words, Xie Yong and the other cultivator exchanged a glance and shook their heads secretly. They also knew that Xie Hongwan was used to living a comfortable life and didn't understand the dangers of the outside world. Coupled with the fact that they hadn't encountered any danger these past few days, Xie Hongwan had underestimated this place. Although they had never entered Lu Yin Desert before, since it was one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted zones, there must be something strange about it. If it had been someone else who said this, the two of them wouldn't have cared at all and underestimated the danger of this place. If they were careless, they would have died, but in the end, they shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting Xia Hongwen. If Xia Hongwen died because of carelessness, they wouldn't have a good ending when they returned to the Xia family. The other square-faced cultivator felt that it was necessary to explain to Xia Hongwen. So after thinking about it for a moment, he solemnly said, "Young master, this is the outermost area of Lu Yin Desert, and we were lucky before. The fire spirit beasts we encountered were only 5th order or 6th order. With young master's strength, killing them was naturally a piece of cake." Hearing this flattery, Xia Hongwen's impatient look finally eased a lot, and he put on an arrogant look, as if he was the sole ruler of this world. The cultivator quickly changed the subject and said, "But young master, you must not take this place lightly. In addition to the 5th order or 6th order fire spirit beasts we encountered, there are also 7th order, 8th order." When Xia Hongwen heard this, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the square-faced cultivator, sneering, "Xia Yun, you're underestimating this young master too much. This young master has many artifacts on him, and his divine technique is exquisite. Forget about 7th order or 8th order. Even if a 9th order fire spirit beast came, what harm would it pose? This young master can still easily kill it." This young master was afraid he wouldn't be able to encounter a high-grade fire spirit beast. "If you can find a few for this young master will kill them for you to see." He couldn't wait to prove himself. Xia Yong and Xia Yun remained calm on the surface, but in their hearts, they were cursing Xia Hongwen to death. They had long heard that Xia Hongwen was an idiot, but only now did they realize that the rumors outside were simply understating the stupidity of this young master. He was just a trivial 1st order Saint King, let alone a 9th order fire spirit beast. Even a 7th order or 8th order one could easily be killed. What was laughable was that he dared to boast so shamelessly. There was no way to reason with an idiot, so Xia Yun and Xia Yong tactfully agreed a few times, much to Xia Hongwen's satisfaction. He no longer held them responsible for staying here and nodded repeatedly. "You can rest assured, as long as this young master can get his revenge this time, when I return, I will definitely have my father write a letter to the patriarch. There will be no shortage of benefits for you." Xia Yun and Xia Yong's eyes lit up as they nodded. The reason they accepted this task was because Xia Hongwen's father, Xieli, had promised them a huge reward of 300,000 Saint crystals each after they completed this task. Otherwise, why would they accompany Xia Hongwen to the Lu Yin sandfield? Moreover, whatever they obtained from the Lu Yin sandfield, the family wouldn't ask them to hand over. Whatever they obtained would belong to them. A few months ago, when this task was delivered to the Xia family, countless Xia family members boiled over and responded to the call of the Xia family patriarch. In the end, it was Xia Yong and Xia Yun who won this task with an absolute advantage. They also knew who Xia Hongwen wanted to seek revenge on, a 1st order Saint King cultivator named Yang Kai. According to Xia Hongwen, Yang Kai was ignorant, arrogant, overbearing, and lustful. Even he couldn't beat him and was only relying on the power of Elder Qian, Tong, to bully the weak. Xia Yong and Xia Yun certainly didn't believe this. There was no Saint King in this world who couldn't beat Xia Hongwen. Even if it was a cultivator who had just broken through to the Saint King realm, it would be easy for them to win against trash like Xia Hongwen. In the end, the two of them learned the truth from Xiebli. Although the young man named Yang Kai's cultivation was low, his combat power was extraordinary. He was able to kill a 3rd order Saint King cultivator, a so-called genius cultivator. He was an elite who could fight above his own realm. However, Xia Yong and Xia Yun were also elites of the Xia family, so they had absolute confidence in killing a cultivator like Yang Kai. "Do you think that trash didn't take this path?" Xia Hongwen suddenly asked. "How come we've been chasing him for several days and still haven't seen him? Could it be we went in the wrong direction?" Xia Yong grinned and proudly said, "Young master, you can rest assured that he is walking on this path. No one has been able to escape my pursuit." It was precisely because Xia Yong was good at tracking and possessed extraordinary combat power that he was able to stand out from the other Xia family members and successfully take on this task. After determining the location Yang Kai entered, The three of them gathered together through the communication artifact and chased after Yang Kai. Then how come we didn't find him? Xia Hongwen asked puzzledly. Because he entered this mountain valley, Xia Yong pointed forward. Xia Hongwen's face lit up. Really? Yes. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and catch up with him and kill him for me. Xia Hongwen's expression became fierce as he suddenly shook his head. No, no, no. Stop him first. This young master wants to torture him. Directly killing him would be too easy for him. I want him to taste all the tortures in this world. Young master, I'm afraid there's no need for that, Xia Yong said with a strange expression. What do you mean? Xia Hongwen squinted at him. Xia Yong smiled lightly. Once he enters this mountain valley, he's dead for sure. There's no need for us to pursue him. He definitely won't be able to leave this mountain valley alive. I'm afraid he's already dead. Why? How do you know? Xia Hongwen was even more confused now. Xia Yun smiled and explained, before coming here, the patriarch gave us some information about the Lu Yin Desert, one of which was about this mountain valley. It seems that when the Lu Yin Desert opened last time, a senior of our Xie family also took this path, but less than an hour after entering the mountain valley, he suddenly found countless fire spirit beasts gathered in the valley, surrounding a group of people and killing them. This group of people was made up of elite cultivators from various great forces, and there were more than 30 of them. At that time, the battle was fierce and our Xie family senior didn't want to get involved, so he quietly withdrew from the mountain valley. Later, when he left the Lu Yin Desert and inquired about the situation, he learned that of the more than 30 cultivators trapped in the mountain valley, none survived, and they didn't even make it to the treasure area. They all died in the mountain valley? Xia Hongwen's expression changed slightly. Although he was bragging a moment ago, when he thought of the countless fire spirit beasts rushing in, he couldn't help but pale. Yes, they died in the mountain valley, and the only one who knows the reason for their deaths is our Xie family senior. As for the information about this mountain valley, other than our Xie family, no one else should know. That Yang Kai entered it, naturally it was impossible for him to survive. Just now, because I had some doubts, I stopped, but after carefully confirming with Xie Yong, we found that the terrain here is exactly the same as the information left behind by our Xie family senior. That is to say, 400 years ago, our Xie family senior entered this mountain valley. When Xia Hongwen heard this, he clapped his hands fiercely and sighed. What a pity! How could he die like this? This young master wanted to catch him. He sighed because he couldn't kill Yang Kai with his own hands. Chapter 1179. As soon as Xia Hongwen finished speaking, the three of them suddenly heard a rumbling sound coming from inside the valley. The source of the sound was extremely far away, but it still clearly reached their ears, and with each sound, the earth seemed to shake slightly. Xia Yun and Xia Yong looked at each other, their expressions changing slightly. Although they didn't see what was going on with their own eyes, this kind of power showed that there was an earth-shattering battle taking place in the depths of the valley. Xia Hongwen thought of something, and after being stunned for a moment, he cried out in joy. Could this be caused by that trash? Xia Yong frowned and hesitated. It should be, after all. He's the only one who took this path, and I'm afraid he's already surrounded by fire spirit beasts. Good, 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 haha. The heavens are helping this young master. Xia Hongwen laughed wildly, waving his hand and saying, Come, let's go in and take a look. This young master wants to see that bastard die without a burial place with his own eyes. Otherwise, I won't be able to take this lying down. Young master. Xia Yong and Xia Yun's expressions changed greatly, the former hurriedly stopping him. This valley is definitely a forbidden area in the Lu Yin Desert. You can't come out even if you enter. Since that person is going to die, why should we take this risk? It's fine if something happens to the two of us, but young master's delicate body is precious. What if something happens to you? Xia Yong knew that Xia Hongwen liked to listen to good words, and if he forcefully stopped him at this time, it would definitely arouse his disgust, so he could only try to persuade him in a roundabout way. Sure enough, after Xia Hongwen heard this, he felt that it made sense, but his expression was still somewhat restless. Compared to those invisible dangers, he was more willing to see how Yang Kai died. After living for so many years, no one had ever dared to humiliate him like Yang Kai, and it was even more impossible for someone to casually take his life. Every time Xia Hongwen thought about it, he couldn't sleep and eat in peace, filled with grief and resentment. That old bastard Qian Tong wasn't a good person. He was clearly bullied by an outsider, but not only did he not help him take revenge, he was also very polite to that bastard. Sooner or later, he would make Qian Tong pay the price. Xia Hongwen's thinking was different from ordinary people. Last time, Qian Tong saved his life from Yang Kai. Not only did he not know how to be grateful, but he also hated Qian Tong. Thinking of this, the anger in his heart and the desire to see Yang Kai's tragic death with his own eyes could not be suppressed. His expression became firm as he said, "Going in and watching from afar, is that okay?" Xia Yong was shocked and was about to persuade him again when Xia Hongwen said, "Since one of our Xia family's seniors was able to escape unscathed, there is no reason why we can't. Or are you two not confident in yourselves? If that's the case, you stay here. This young master will go alone, but you don't need to take the 300,000 Saint crystals." How could this be? Xia Yong and Xia Yun became anxious. They had accepted the task of protecting Xia Hongwen precisely because of the 300,000 Saint crystals and the benefits they could obtain from Lu Yan's desert. If they were not given the 300,000 Saint crystals, they would immediately lose more than half of their profits. For a time, Xia Yong and Xia Yun both hesitated. They knew the dangers of this mountain valley better than anyone else. Before coming here, Xiali had clearly told them that they absolutely could not enter this mountain valley. Xiali wasn't worried about their safety, but rather that they wouldn't be able to protect Xia Hongwen. If something happened to Xia Hongwen, they wouldn't be able to live. But now that Xia Hongwen had made such a strong request, they couldn't refuse. Seeing the two hesitating, Xia Hongwen snorted and said, "As long as you take me in, we can watch that bastard die from afar. After we return, I will personally give you some benefits. With your identities, you shouldn't be qualified to learn the Xia family's Azura palm, right? This young master knows a thing or two about this martial skill." Hearing the words Azura palm, Xia Yun and Xia Yong hesitated for a moment before exchanging a glance, both of them seeing the light in each other's eyes. Xia Hongwen continued to strike while the iron was hot. "You can rest assured. We only need to watch from afar. This young master doesn't want you to kill him. When he dies, we'll immediately withdraw from the mountain valley." Xia Yong sighed heavily before turning to Xia Yun and asking, "What do you think?" Xia Yun frowned and helplessly said, "What else can we do?" If they didn't listen to Xia Hongwen, there would be no benefits. If they listened to him, although they would have to take a little risk, the benefits would also be greater. Apart from accepting Xia Hongwen's proposal, there was no other way, unless they didn't want any benefits. After the two reached an agreement, Xia Yong said seriously, "Good, young master. We will take you there, but you must promise not to act rashly. If there is anything wrong, we will take you away quickly. I hope young master can agree to this." "Good, I agree. You're really long-winded. Hurry up and go. If we're too late, that bastard may die," Xia Hongwen urged impatiently. The two Xia family cultivator had no choice but to continue to protect Xia Hongwen as they moved into the mountain valley. As they moved forward, the shaking of the mountain grew louder and louder. At the beginning, Xia Yong was still cautious, moving forward slowly, but he really couldn't stand Xia Hongwen's urging. Coupled with the fact that there really didn't seem to be any danger in the mountain valley, he couldn't help but speed up. Half a day later, the three of them saw a fiery red light in the distance. This fiery red light was obviously different from the color of the flowing flame sand field's flames, and in fact, these streaks of red light had gathered together to form a sensational fireball over a large area. When he took a closer look, he realized that it wasn't a flame at all. It was clearly countless fire spirit beasts gathered together, and they seemed to be attacking someone who was surrounded by them. From time to time, huge mountain phantoms would fly through the middle of the fire spirit beasts and then crash down, each crash causing the ground to shake violently. Xia Yong and Xia Yun were dumbfounded. Although the two of them had long speculated from the information given by Xieli that there were many fire spirit beasts in this mountain valley, it wasn't until they saw it with their own eyes that they realized the truth was far beyond their imagination. No wonder more than 30 elites from the various great forces had been wiped out here 400 years ago. With so many fire spirit beasts, even if an origin-returning realm master rashly entered Lu Yin Desert, they probably wouldn't be able to survive, not to mention that only Saint Kings could enter it. Xia Hongwen's performance was even more unbearable. Before, he had boasted about his strength, but now, after seeing the countless fire spirit beasts, he couldn't help shivering, his face extremely pale, unable to move. Hide! Xia Yong reacted quickly, grabbing Xia Hongwen and hiding behind a nearby hill a few dozen meters high, at the same time summoning an exquisite artifact. This artifact released an invisible shield that enveloped the three of them, isolating their auras. Climbing up the hill, the three pairs of eyes cautiously glanced over, all of them shocked. There were so many fire spirit beasts, almost 10,000 of them. Xia Yong and Xia Yun thought that if they were surrounded like this, it wouldn't take more than a cup of tea's worth of time for them to die. But the cultivator named Yang Kai was surrounded and was actually killing them all. From the time the three of them heard the commotion until they rushed here, more than half a day had passed. For such a long time, how much Saint Chi had he consumed to continuously use this mountain-shaped artifact? How had he recovered? How many fire spirit beasts had he killed? Under the pressure of the mountain-shaped artifact, a large number of fire spirit beasts had simply disappeared. What surprised them even more was that after the three of them hid behind the hill for 4 to 6 hours, the slaughter continued without any sign of abating. Yang Kai, who was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, didn't show any signs of exhaustion. The number of fire spirit beasts killed by Yang Kai didn't seem to decrease either, maintaining a strange balance. This kind of strange slaughter seemed to continue until the end of the world. Why isn't he dead yet? Xia Hongwen muttered impatiently. He had caught a glimpse of the person surrounded by fire spirit beasts before and found that it was indeed Yang Kai, the one he hated to the bone. Xia Hongwen had thought this guy was about to die, but even now, he was still alive and kicking, which made Xia Hongwen very puzzled. He's amazing. Xia Yong praised sincerely. Although they knew that Yang Kai was an elite, in their minds, Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high, so even if he was an elite, his combat strength should be limited. But now, Xia Yong found that he had completely underestimated this person. If they were to fight one-on-one, Xia Yong had no confidence he could win. Xia Yun, kill him for me now. This young master can't wait any longer. Xia Hongwen suddenly shouted fiercely. Both Xia Yong and Xia Yun were chosen by Xie Li for this task because of their unique abilities. The former was proficient in tracking, as long as he could find some clues. As long as he wasn't an origin-returning realm master, most people wouldn't be able to escape his tracking. In order to find someone in a place like Lu Yin Desert, his ability was indispensable. However, Xia Yun had another ability, the ability to kill with a single blow. To deal with an elite like Yang Kai, a sneak attack was undoubtedly the best way to deal with him, and this was Xia Yun's strength, so he was also chosen. After listening to Xia Hongwen's words, Xia Yun shook his head and said in a low voice, "Young master, I can't kill him from a distance, but there are too many fire spirit beasts gathered around this guy, and the purple shield behind him is also a defensive artifact. I can't kill him in this situation. Even if they attack now, at most, they could only injure Yang Kai. If they couldn't kill him in a single blow, it was better not to act, lest they alert the enemy." Moreover, Xia Yun was also afraid that if they disturbed the fire spirit beasts, the three of them would be surrounded. He and Xia Yong didn't have the capital to kill tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts. Then what should we do? Xia Hongwen asked anxiously. His enemy was right in front of him, alive and kicking, yet he didn't have a chance to take revenge. This made him very annoyed, and he couldn't wait to rush over and kill Yang Kai right now. Chapter 1180. Let's wait, young master. Xia Yong smiled slightly. He has been fighting for such a long time. Even if he has a way to recover, it is impossible for him to be at his peak. If those fire spirit beasts can kill him, that would be the best. But if he kills them all, he will definitely be an arrow at the end of its flight. At that time, it won't be too late to ask Xie Yun to take action. Presumably, he won't have any strength to resist. Now, young master, you should calm down and enjoy his ugly final struggle. Wouldn't that be perfect? Oh, that's right. Xia Hongwen was overjoyed and quickly turned his eyes towards Yang Kai. Sure enough, as Xia Yong had said, He wanted to enjoy Yang Kai's final struggle. Xie Yong and Xie Yun exchanged a glance and saw the helplessness and ridicule in each other's eyes. Only an idiot like Xie Hongwen could be so easily fooled by them. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be so easy to fool them. The three of them continued to quietly lay in ambush. Yang Kai, who was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, wore an extremely gloomy expression. He didn't notice that he was being followed, and the people who were following him had also entered the mountain valley. At this moment, they were lying in ambush at the foot of a hill not far from him, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, all of his energy was focused on the fire spirit beasts, so he didn't have time to worry about anything else. After killing for almost an entire day, he had only advanced less than 10 kilometers. If he wanted to rely on killing to get out of this mountain valley, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least half a month. In half a month, the elites of the great sects and families would have already passed through the flame area and entered the treasure area to collect spirit grasses and spirit medicines. What benefits would there be if he rushed over? He also knew that it was useless to be anxious now. The strangeness of this mountain valley was beyond his expectations. The fire spirit beasts were endless, and even if he couldn't kill them all, there were no fire crystal stones in their bodies. However, he finally noticed some flaws in these fire spirit beasts. Although they were pouring out from the cracks in the ground in all directions, their source seemed to be quietly lurking in the same direction. It was as if that direction was the source of endless fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out in that direction. If it was any other place, with his proficiency in Space Force, he could easily find the source, but in the Lu Yin sandfield, his divine sense was greatly suppressed, so it would take him a lot of effort to search. Fortunately, after half a day of investigation and observation, Yang Kai finally determined the source of the fire spirit beasts. It turned out to be a huge fissure in the ground. Using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai discovered that a number of fire snakes had emerged from the fissure and quickly arrived at Yang Kai's side before transforming into fire spirit beasts and attacking him one after another. Having found his target and source, Yang Kai no longer bothered to entangle himself with these fire spirit beasts. With a thought, he summoned back the 8 mountain phantoms and smashed them forward fiercely. With the purple shield guarding his back, Yang Kai's hands surged with demonic flames and transformed into a long sword. His body was wrapped in sword light as he forced his way forward. The fire spirit beasts were thrown off their feet. Although Yang Kai's sudden intrusion had caused a lot of damage, there were simply too many fire spirit beasts. There were still some 6th order and 7th order fire spirit beasts that rushed to his side and tore his clothes to shreds. Some fire spirit beasts even left shallow wounds on his body. For some reason, when they saw Yang Kai actually rushing in that direction, all the fire spirit beasts rioted, displaying even more tyrannical strength than before. The 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts desperately blocked Yang Kai's path, preventing him from moving forward. Yang Kai mustered up all his strength. With the 8 mountain phantoms in front of him and the purple shield behind him, he was able to avoid any worries. The demonic flame long sword in his hand sent out a series of shocking black sword lights, cutting down all the fire spirit beasts that stood in his way like a hot knife through butter. Finally arriving in front of the huge fissure, Yang Kai saw the same scene he had seen before with his divine sense. From somewhere in the depths of the fissure, flames filled with world energy flew up and transformed into fire spirit beasts, blocking his path. Yang Kai's figure flashed and fell into the fissure, with tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts in hot pursuit. This scene stunned Xie Hongwen and the others who were secretly observing from a nearby hill. They didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly jumped into a crack in the ground, but now the entire mountain valley seemed to be very quiet. The previously densely packed fire spirit beasts had all disappeared, leaving behind only the earth-shattering roars of the fire spirit beasts. What is he doing? Xie Hongwen frowned. I don't know, but he should come out. If he doesn't, it means he's dead. Xie Yun thought for a moment before pointing to a hill closer to the fissure. We'll go there and ambush him. If he doesn't come out, then forget it. But if he does, we can kill him. In that position, even if he's an origin returning realm master, he won't be able to avoid my killing blow. Good. Xia Hongwen saw Xia Yun taking the initiative and had no reason to refuse, quickly nodding. The three of them quietly moved to another hill to ambush Yang Kai. Below the huge fissure, Yang Kai fell 1,000 meters. His goal was obvious. All he needed to do was follow the direction of the flames. He wanted to know what kind of mystery was hidden in this mountain valley that allowed fire spirit beasts to be born without fire crystal stones. He had already wasted an entire day here and consumed a huge amount of Saint Chi, so wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't fish up some benefits? No matter what kind of mystery it was that allowed fire spirit beasts to be born, it would definitely be rare. After falling for a long time, killing countless fire spirit beasts along the way, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized that he had finally arrived at his destination because there was a cave-like location below him, and the fiery light that was like a spirit snake that could transform into a fire spirit beast was coming from this cave. He lightly stepped on a protruding rock, turned around, and was about to shoot into the cave. At that moment, an abnormal flame suddenly flew out of the cave, one that was much stronger and more tyrannical than any of the previous ones. This flame flickered midair and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a python-like fire spirit beast. Ninth Order. Yang Kai's face changed as he was shocked to discover that this fire spirit beast actually had a physical body, completely different from the 7th Order or 8th Order existences he had seen before. It was like a giant python with flesh and blood. The giant python coiled into a ball, attached itself to the rock wall, and opened its bloody maw towards Yang Kai, spitting out a red light. Before this red light even reached him, Yang Kai felt the unbearable heat and hurriedly raised his Saint Chi to protect himself. At the same time, a loud dragon roar rang out and the giant black dragon once again appeared. The golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body contained the aura of an ancient dragon. So how could a trivial python compare to it? Above pythons were flood dragons, and above flood dragons were dragons. There was a gap of 2 grades between the two. The pitch-black dragon and the fire spirit python instantly began to fight. For a moment, the mountain rocks in the fissure began to crumble and fall to the ground. Yang Kai took this opportunity to flash into the cave, but when he looked around, his face changed once more. In front of him, 2 more of those abnormal flames had appeared, seemingly on the verge of transforming into 9th Order fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. His giant black dragon could entangle one of them, but there was absolutely no way it could deal with all 3 at once. If he was really entangled by them, Yang Kai estimated he would have no choice but to flee. At that time, all his efforts would be in vain. Unable to fly in this damned place, Yang Kai was afraid he wouldn't even have a chance to escape to the surface. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yang Kai suddenly saw a huge dark red stone. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes bulged. The aura emitted by this dark red stone was clearly the same as that of a fire crystal stone, but this one was much purer and richer. The pigeon egg-sized fire crystal stone that Yang Kai had obtained from the 8th Order fire spirit beast before couldn't even be compared to this one. In comparison, that fire crystal stone was simply trash. This dark red fire crystal stone was the size of a millstone and was lying quietly not far in front of Yang Kai. Almost reflexively, Yang Kai immediately rushed over to the fire crystal stone, scooped it up, and threw it into his space ring before retreating, wanting to leave the cave before the 2 flames had time to transform into 9th Order fire spirit beasts. However, after he rushed out of the cave, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that something was wrong. The 9th Order fire spirit beasts that were about to appear had actually disappeared. Thinking about it, Kai Yang raised his head and looked up, overjoyed. The giant python that had been entangled with his black dragon had also disappeared. Even the tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts that had chased after him had disappeared. Yang Kai suddenly realized what was going on. These fire spirit beasts were clearly born from the head-sized fire crystal stone, so no matter how many Yang Kai killed, he wouldn't be able to obtain a single fire crystal stone because their source was inside this cave. Now that Yang Kai had thrown the millstone-sized fire crystal stone into his space ring, these fire spirit beasts that had been formed immediately became rootless and could no longer exist. Understanding this, Kai Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. This day's delay was worth it. Just this huge fire crystal stone alone made this trip worthwhile. Even if he couldn't obtain anything good later, it didn't matter. What's more, it had only been a few days since the opening of the Lu Yin sandfield. Everyone was rushing inside, so who could guarantee that he wouldn't obtain something better? Satisfied, Yang Kai put away the 100 Mountains picture and the black dragon before letting out a sigh of relief. This battle had consumed a lot of Yang Kai's energy, but fortunately, he had a large amount of Saint Chi stored in his body, so this loss was something he could afford. After restoring his physical strength and spiritual energy slightly inside the cave, Yang Kai used his hands and feet to crawl to the surface. Chapter 1181. Not being able to fly was really unbearable. This fissure was over 1,000 meters deep, so even if Yang Kai was extremely fast, it would take him at least half an hour to climb out. Fortunately, he had obtained some benefits and was in a relatively good mood, so he didn't care about this. After half an hour, Yang Kai finally returned to the ground again. After standing firm, he let out a sigh of relief and took out his Yuan magnetic compass from his space ring to determine his direction. But before he could move forward again, he suddenly felt a great sense of alarm in his heart, and his physique involuntarily tightened as an unimaginable sense of crisis descended upon him. It was as if death was beckoning to him. Hurriedly, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi and dodged to the side. A flash of red light shot out from a certain direction and struck Yang Kai squarely on the right side of his chest. The huge force sent Yang Kai flying, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his chest. Under this strange attack, Yang Kai discovered that he had actually been injured, and not lightly at that. Before his body landed, Yang Kai's huge divine sense spread out wildly and instantly locked onto the source of this sneak attack. At a glance, Yang Kai's murderous intent surged. It turned out to be that idiot Xia Hongwan, and beside him were the two third-order Saint King cultivators Yang Kai had seen before. They were the two people sent by the Xie family to protect him. One of them looked like he was about to collapse at the moment and was holding a crossbow-shaped artifact in his hand. This artifact exuded a strange aura, as if it was madly absorbing his Saint Chi, causing him to become more and more exhausted. Not only that, Yang Kai also clearly saw that the cultivator holding the crossbow-shaped artifact had a deep red wound on his hand, from which blood was pouring into the crossbow-shaped artifact. The crossbow-shaped artifact was also like a fierce beast, disappearing as soon as the blood was poured into it, causing it to turn red like blood. Seeing this, the other cultivator quickly took out several pills from his space ring and stuffed them into the mouth of the weakened cultivator. As for Xia Hongwan, he seemed to think that he had been killed. He stood up excitedly from the hill where he was hiding and looked over with a face full of excitement and expectation. He was so excited that he danced and cheered loudly. However, when he saw that Yang Kai didn't fall to the ground, Xia Hongwan was stunned. Yang Kai did not immediately look for trouble with them. Xia Hongwan was nothing to be afraid of, and the cultivator who had used his crossbow artifact to launch a sneak attack at him seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight. In Yang Kai's eyes, they were already dead. As for the remaining third-order Saint King, Yang Kai believed that with his ability, killing him would be a piece of cake. He was anxious to check his injuries. In the right side of his chest, there was a small and delicate arrow emitting a powerful aura. This arrow had sunk more than 3 inches into his body and seemed to have injured his lungs, causing Yang Kai to feel a burning pain in his lungs when he breathed. Yang Kai was both shocked and relieved. He was shocked that his opponent had such a strange artifact that could launch such a powerful attack, but he was also relieved that he had sensed the danger in advance and avoided being hit in his vitals. Needless to say, this arrow had been aimed at his heart, but because his figure had swayed slightly, it had hit his right chest instead, only injuring his lungs. Yang Kai's powerful physique was also the key to resisting this blow. If it weren't for his physique being condensed, this blow would have been enough to pierce through Yang Kai's entire body. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and his murderous intent was undisguised. He stretched out his hand and was about to pull out the arrow that had pierced his right chest, but unexpectedly, it disappeared without a trace, leaving only a bloody hole where Yang Kai had been injured, from which some golden blood flowed out. The vitality contained in this golden blood quickly began to heal the wound. He raised his head and glanced at the hill, then walked towards it step by step. Xia Hongwen fell to the ground, his face as pale as paper, and shouted in a trembling voice, Thank. Even after thanking him for a long time, he still couldn't call out the names of the two cultivator who had protected him. Xia Yun thought he was worried about his own weakness and reluctantly smiled. Young master doesn't need to worry. I'll be fine after 1 or 2 months of rest. Using this artifact has a price to pay. It was precisely because he had this strange artifact that he had absolute confidence in killing Yang Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, the crossbow artifact that had been attached to the wound on his hand finally fell off, no longer spilling his blood. Xia Hongwen wanted to curse out loud, thinking, how could this young master worry about you? Even if you die, what does it have to do with this young master? Her heart was anxious, and her mouth actually became nimble. She cried out in alarm, he's coming. What? Xia Yun and Xia Yong's expressions changed as they turned their heads towards the source of this voice. Sure enough, they saw Yang Kai slowly approaching, his demonic qi filling the heavens and earth. Every step he took seemed to stomp on the fragile nerves of the three, causing them to almost jump up in fright. Impossible. Xia Yun's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He can't still be alive. He knew better than anyone how powerful his artifact's attack was. On top of that, he had grasped the timing of his attack very well. Although he didn't quite understand how Yang Kai was able to walk out of that crack alive, his opponent had clearly been fighting for more than a day and his Saint Qi had been exhausted. His clothes were tattered and full of scars, so Xia Hongwen didn't hesitate to launch an attack. No one below the origin returning realm could resist such a strange blow. Even if one was an origin returning realm master, if they weren't proficient enough in using their Shi, they would still die. The only thing in this world that could resist such a blow was the Shi of an origin returning realm master. But even if he couldn't believe it, the facts were right in front of him. Yang Kai was indeed still alive, and the injuries he had suffered seemed insignificant. This caused the already weak Xia Yun to suddenly lose all his strength and collapse to the ground. What kind of existence had Xia Hongwen? This stupid pig, provoked? Even Xia Hongwen's killing blow couldn't do anything to him, yet Xia Hongwen still wanted to seek revenge? Seeking revenge on him was one thing, but now he was dragging him into this mess as well? Xia Yong, what are you doing? Xia Hongwen suddenly called out again. Xia Yun weakly turned his head and smiled bleakly. Xia Yong had actually fled without saying a word, running away as fast as he could. It seems that he also understood that this person called Kai Yang was not to be trifled with, so he had left without a care for anything else. When one's strength reached their level, they all had an instinctive sense of crisis, so Xia Yong must have felt that something was wrong, which was why he had acted so recklessly. Xia Yong, get back here for this young master. Xia Hongwen didn't dare face Yang Kai, but he didn't show any courtesy to Xia Yong. He just wanted to keep him here and seek a sense of security, so he shouted loudly, if you dare to flee, this young master will report this to my father and have you suffer the family's punishment. How could Xia Yong pay any attention to him? He ran even faster. Don't waste your energy. If you want to live, run quickly, but I don't know if you can escape, Xia Yun said lightly. Xia Yun said lightly. He knew that he was going to die anyway, so his expression was quite calm as he said to himself, I don't think you can escape, you're dead. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that Xia Yun, would have to go to the Yellow Springs with a stupid pig like you. What a shame. In the original plan, after Xia Yun used such a blow, Xia Yong should have been the one to protect him, but now that Xia Yong had run away, even if Yang Kai didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to survive alone in the Lu Yen desert. He didn't expect Xia Hongwen to take care of him. Xia Hongwen was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked at Xia Yun fiercely. What did you call me? You dare call this young master a stupid pig? You. Xia Hongwen suddenly couldn't continue because he realized that the Xia family, who had always been obedient to him, was now looking at him with a mocking and sarcastic gaze. That gaze was like the gaze he used to give when he looked at ants crawling on the ground. It was so disdainful. With a burst of wind, Xia Hongwen screamed and fell to the ground, but when he looked up, he found Yang Kai standing quietly in front of him, like a mountain that made his heart heavy. Lu Yin Desert was very hot. But now Xia Hongwen felt very cold, like he had fallen into an ice cellar, freezing his soul, and he couldn't help shivering. A loud dragon roar sounded, and Xia Hongwen's eyes widened as he saw a black dragon emerge from Yang Kai's body, shaking its head and wagging its tail, then chase in the direction Xia Yong fled. A moment later, the sound of fierce fighting and Xia Yong's shouts could be heard. Gradually, the movement over there became smaller, and Xia Yong's shouts became weaker and weaker, finally disappearing. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black dragon returned and rushed into Yang Kai's body. Without even thinking about it, Xia Hongwen already knew what Xia Yong's fate would be. Suddenly, he began to cry softly, looking at Yang Kai pleadingly, his lips squirming a few times, as if he wanted to beg for mercy, but no sound came out. His courage was completely drained at this moment. Yang Kai looked at Xia Hongwen with cold eyes. It was such a piece of trash, secretly letting people attack him and injuring him. You should thank Qian Tong for letting you live last time, but unfortunately you didn't cherish this opportunity and insisted on courting death, so I'll help you. Yang Kai was too lazy to look at Xia Hongwen's disgusting face, and with a wave of his hand, a mass of demonic flames wrapped around him, burning him to ashes in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, Xia Hongwen didn't have any thoughts of resistance, and Yang Kai really didn't know what he was doing all these years. The demonic flames could burn everything, and even Xia Hongwen's soul didn't exist, truly extinguishing his soul. Yang Kai looked at Xia Yun. This person was a bit interesting, knowing that he was going to die, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. Only when Xia Yong died did he show a trace of shock. He didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to kill Xia Yong without personally making a move. This kind of strength was very different from what they had expected. Chapter 1182. In the valley, Yang Kai looked at Xia Yun indifferently. He didn't kill him immediately. Instead, he said, "Tell me, how did you know I was here? Don't say it was a coincidence. Luoyan Desert is so big. If you don't have a special method, you can't follow me all the time. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I'll leave you with an intact corpse." His face suddenly turned cold and he said coldly, "But if you dare to hide anything, I'll let you know what it means to be dead. Believe me, I can let you recover and then slowly torture you." Xia Yun smiled bitterly and gasped for breath. Then he said, "It's very simple. A disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall tipped us off and told us where you came in. Everyone will follow the guidance of the Yuan magnetic compass and head towards the interior of the flowing flame sandfield. As long as they can determine where you entered, it won't be difficult to track you down. Xia Yong, who was killed by you, is a master tracker." Yang Kai nodded slightly, thinking that it was similar to what he expected. After discovering that it was Xia Hongwen and the other two who ambushed him, Yang Kai already had some guesses. Since he entered Luoyan Desert, he had only met two people, and they were when he first came in. One of them was wearing the clothes of the Shadow Moon Hall and was a disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai didn't know the other person, but his voice was somewhat familiar. In Yang Kai's mind, Xia Hongwen being able to catch up to him so quickly was definitely because someone had tipped them off, and this person must have been one of the two who had seen his position before. Now he found that it was indeed so. No wonder the disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall had a strange expression when he first entered Luoyan Desert. Xia Hongwen must have told him in advance, so he left in a hurry. He was in a hurry to leave, of course, to report to Xia Hongwen, and Yang Kai was sure that Xia Hongwen didn't just say hello to one person. There were 70 people from the Shadow Moon Hall who entered Luoyan Desert. Among them, there were definitely a lot of people who were tempted by money. Since ancient times, wealth has always moved people's hearts. "Give me a quick death." After Xia Yun finished speaking, she lay on the ground with an indifferent expression, not moving at all. Yang Kai casually pointed a finger, and a burst of qi shot out, piercing Xia Yun's forehead. He was also a man of his word. Since he said that he would leave the other party's corpse intact, he naturally wouldn't burn it with his demonic flames. Yang Kai bent down and picked up the crossbow artifact, but after examining it for a moment, his brow furrowed. This artifact's power was indeed not small, actually being able to injure him, but there were also many restrictions on its use. From Xie Yun's state after using it, Yang Kai could infer that this crossbow would not only crazily devour the user's Saint Chi, but also their blood. This was an evil artifact. Yang Kai was not interested in it. Once he used it, he would be at the mercy of others. This artifact could only be used when someone was protecting him. Throwing it into his space ring, Yang Kai picked up Xia Hongwan and Xia Yun's rings, but after inspecting them, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Inside the two's rings, besides some pills and Saint crystals, there was nothing else. But thinking about it, other than Yang Kai himself, who would carry all his precious things with him, any other cultivator who entered Lu Yin Desert would likely leave their precious things outside, not daring to bring them in. Otherwise, if an accident happened, the losses would be huge. Among these pills, the only one that caught Yang Kai's eye was a bottle of 5 snow and ice pills. He had given all his snow and ice pills to Changqi and Howen, so he didn't have time to refine them after entering this place. Now that he had obtained some, it wasn't bad. Perhaps he would be able to use them in the future. After seeing the shabbiness of Xia Hongwan and Xia Yun, Yang Kai didn't even have the mood to check Xia Yang's space ring and instead directly moved deeper into Lu Yin Desert. Without the hindrance of the fire spirit beasts, Yang Kai used his wind and thunder wings to accelerate his speed, and it only took him 2 days to completely leave the mountain valley. The further he went, the more powerful the flame area became. Yang Kai's physique was different from ordinary people's, and his Saint Chi was vigorous. Coupled with the fact that he used to cultivate a young attribute secret art. Now that he had the demonic flame, he wasn't afraid of it and only needed to circulate his Saint Chi slightly to resist the invasion of the fire poison. Yang Kai didn't know how big the flame area was, but as he traveled deeper and deeper, he didn't even encounter a single person along the way, and his harvest was pitifully small. After half a month, in addition to harvesting a few fire crystal stones from 7th order fire spirit beasts, he only collected a dozen or so fire attribute spirit grasses. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized the preciousness and scarcity of fire crystal stones. He had killed an 8th order fire spirit beast by chance and harvested a fire crystal stone the size of a pigeon's egg, followed by a fire crystal stone the size of a millstone in the mountain valley. It could be said that his harvest was greater than anyone who had entered Lu Yin Desert before. It was precisely because of the scarcity of 7th order fire spirit beasts, and above that fire crystal stones were so precious. The fire crystal stones in the bodies of 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts were too small to play any role and could only be absorbed by a cultivator for cultivation. The dozen or so fire attribute spirit grasses he found were just SOSO. Some were Saint King grade while others were Origin grade, but in any case, there weren't many of them. After all, there were very few spirit grasses that could grow in the flame area. The only thing that satisfied Yang Kai was that all of them had high medicinal properties. No one had entered this place for 400 years, so naturally, they had plenty of time to grow. On this day, Yang Kai was hurrying along when a fiery light suddenly flashed in front of him. This fiery light was like a small spark that had sputtered out of thin air, its speed incredibly fast. The moment he discovered it, Yang Kai's divine sense spread out, but was still unable to envelop it. In a flash, it rushed out of Yang Kai's field of vision. Lu Yin flying fire? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he instantly understood what this thing was. Wei Gucheng had mentioned to him before about the strangeness of Lu Yin flying fire. At that time, Yang Kai had intended to use Lu Yin flying fire to strengthen the power of his conflagrated knowledge sea, but Wei Gucheng had said that Lu Yin flying fire was extremely rare. With so many people entering the Lu Yin sandfield, some of them might not even see it after half a year, and some of them might not even discover it even if they did. Yang Kai didn't think Wei Gucheng was exaggerating, but now he found that he had underestimated the speed of Lu Yin flying fire. Almost in an instant, Yang Kai chased after it, the sound of wind and thunder rumbling behind him as he pushed his Saint Chi to the limit. Yang Kai's speed was also as fast as lightning. He wanted to see if he could catch up with Lu Yin flying fire. Yang Kai was soon disappointed. After chasing for half an hour, he found that Lu Yin flying fire had long since disappeared, forcing him to stop and stand in place with a bitter smile on his face. This kind of thing, this kind of speed, who could catch it? Yang Kai didn't know how these people on Shadowed Star knew that Lu Yin flying fire could mutate one's soul. Since they knew this information, Someone must have tested it before. In other words, someone must have obtained Lu Yin flying fire. But how? There was no other way but by chance. Yang Kai didn't believe that anyone in this Lu Yin sandfield could be faster than him. If he couldn't catch up with Lu Yin flying fire with his own speed, it was even more impossible for others to do so. Standing in place and feeling dejected for a while, Yang Kai helplessly took out his Yuan magnetic compass, determined his direction, and continued to fly deeper into Lu Yin sandfield. 6 days later, Yang Kai stood in a certain position and looked at a few fiery red weeds in front of him with a strange expression. He then walked up to them, reached out, and touched these weeds, finding that they were indeed extremely hard and as sharp as knives. He had seen such weeds 3 days ago, and they seemed very similar to the ones in front of him, almost identical. Weeds that could survive in Lu Yin sandfield were definitely extraordinary. At that time, Yang Kai had thought they were some kind of spirit grass or spirit medicine, but after running over to take a look, he found that they were indeed weeds with no value in alchemy, so he gave up on them. However, their sharpness and hardness surprised Yang Kai. He had seen them 3 days ago, and now they were here again. Could it be that he was lost? Yang Kai frowned and took out his Yuan magnetic compass again to make sure he wasn't lost. After all, he had been taking out his Yuan magnetic compass to check his direction every once in a while, so it was not easy for him to get lost. Laughing involuntarily and shaking his head, Yang Kai continued to walk forward. But soon, he walked back and left some marks next to the strange weeds before leaving again. 3 days later, Yang Kai stood in front of these weeds with a gloomy expression, his expression extremely ugly. At this time, he understood that it wasn't his illusion a few days ago. He really was lost. The marks next to these weeds had not been touched. They were left behind before he left, just in case. But how could he have gotten lost? Wei Gucheng had said that as long as he followed the direction of the Yuan magnetic compass, he would definitely be able to go deep into the treasure area. Is this Yuan magnetic compass broken? Yang Kai didn't believe that such an artifact could be so easily damaged. So what was the reason for all this? Why was he constantly walking around in circles in such a large area, wasting a full 9 days? Yang Kai's expression was uncertain as he stood in place and pondered. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, put his finger in his mouth, bit the tip of his finger, and wiped his left eye. Golden blood seeped into his left eye, and in an instant, Yang Kai's left eye turned a brilliant golden color, its pupils slender and filled with endless majesty, causing anyone who saw it to shudder. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai looked around and immediately discovered that something was wrong. The world he saw with his 2 eyes was subtly different. His right eye saw the same thing as before, but the space his left eye saw contained traces of imperceptible energy. Even some hills and slopes had become illusory. A spirit array? Yang Kai was shocked, his heart sinking to the bottom in an instant. The demon eye of annihilation could see through all illusions in the world. Although great demon god had only cultivated it to the Saint King realm, this eye of his was a divine technique. The power it could display was definitely not something a Saint King could compare to. Chapter 1183. As soon as Yang Kai used his demon eye of annihilation, he immediately understood what was going on. He had actually inadvertently stepped into a spirit array, one that was most likely a natural bewildering array. Yang Yin was a spirit array grandmaster, and Yang Kai had spent so much time with her that he had gained some knowledge of spirit arrays. For him to walk back and forth in circles without realizing it, it could only be a bewildering array. A spirit array that appeared in this kind of place naturally couldn't have been arranged artificially. The layout of this bewildering array was very large, so the Saint King realm cultivator who entered here didn't have the ability to arrange such a spirit array, so it could only be natural. After understanding this point, Kai Yang secretly felt bitter in his heart. Yang Yin had said that there was a big difference between artificially arranged spirit arrays and naturally formed spirit arrays. Artificially arranged spirit arrays were always traceable, while naturally formed spirit arrays were like antelopes hanging their horns, rarely showing any flaws. In other words, there was no such thing as an array core or array gate, so it was impossible to use them to break this spirit array. What's more, Yang Kai wasn't proficient in spirit arrays. The demon eye of annihilation could see through illusions and help him see the essence of this place, but it couldn't provide him with a basis to break this spirit array. If he wanted to break this spirit array, he could only rely on himself. This was the reason why Yang Kai was complaining in his heart. If Yang Yin was here, with her understanding of spirit arrays, it shouldn't be difficult for her to crack this spirit array. But for Yang Kai to crack it, that was simply too difficult. However, after a moment, Yang Kai calmed down. Since he had inadvertently entered this place, he could only look for a way out. The most effective and appropriate method was naturally to tear space. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so tearing space was the best way for him to escape from Wu Yi. Thinking so, Yang Kai directly tore a crack in space and dove in. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared, the void crack quickly disappeared. A moment later, in the same position, another void crack appeared and Yang Kai jumped out. Looking around, Yang Kai's face darkened. After tearing open space and entering the turbulent flow of space, Yang Kai knew that something was wrong. This was because the turbulent flow of space, which used to be very active in the past, was incomparably quiet and lifeless here. Sure enough, when he tore open space again, he returned to his original place without any surprise. This maze not only had the effect of bewitching eyes and ears, it even sealed off this space. This made his spatial tear useless. This was going to be troublesome. After thinking about it, Yang Kai had no choice but to accept the idea that he could only rely on brute force to break the array. Since he couldn't find a suitable way, he could only break the array. Yang Kai only hoped that it wasn't too strong, otherwise he might really be trapped here. Making up his mind, Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and carefully observed his surroundings. After half an hour, he finally determined a position he could attack. All the scenery in this position was more illusory than the others, so it should be a weak link. If he could break this link, perhaps the maze array would collapse on its own. Taking out the 100 Mountains picture, Yang Kai summoned 10 mountain phantoms at once and smashed them towards that position. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk violent explosions rang out incessantly as the entire world began to shake. Yang Kai paid close attention to the place being attacked by the 100 Mountains picture, and after a while, a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He found that under the attack of the 100 Mountains picture, the scenery there had become even more illusory and distorted, as if it would collapse at any moment. There's hope. Yang Kai increased the output of his Saint Chi more and more. But soon, his expression froze and he was greatly disappointed. Because the position that had become illusory was actually restored to its original state after a series of distortions, rendering all his previous attacks useless. This maze could even repair the damaged areas on its own. This was simply a sign that it was trying to trap someone to death. Yang Kai grit his teeth and pushed the power of the 100 Mountains picture to its limit, summoning 20 mountain phantoms around him and smashing them towards the maze array. Half a day later, Yang Kai stared forward with a look of resentment on his face. The strength of this maze array was far beyond his expectations. No matter how much strength he used or how he attacked, it was able to repair itself. The 100 Mountains picture had been taken back into Yang Kai's body, so the 20 mountain phantoms were the limit he could use right now. There was no need to try any further as attacking would only be a waste of energy. Without a decisive attack, there was no way to break this maze array's weak link. In other words, Yang Kai needed to use a powerful blow like the one he had used with Xie Yun's evil artifact. Only by tearing apart this weak point with absolute strength would it be possible to break this maze array. Yang Kai didn't have the time to refine that evil artifact, nor did he want to refine it. What's more, Yang Kai felt that even if that artifact launched a powerful blow, it wouldn't be able to break this illusion. Yang Kai could only use his golden blood. Yang Kai sighed faintly. A single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of hard work, so unless it was a last resort, he was really reluctant to use it. After being wrapped in the blood-red crystal and sleeping in the star field for several years, Yang Kai had condensed nearly 100 drops of golden blood in his body. Since then, he had used them intermittently several times, so he wasn't in a hurry to replenish them. Now, he had more than 90 drops left. But now was not the time to care about this. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stretched out a finger and slowly forced out a drop of pure golden blood from his body. In an instant, a surge of vitality appeared. The vitality contained in this drop of golden blood were simply terrifying. This drop of golden blood was purer than the golden blood flowing in Yang Kai's body. It quietly condensed at Yang Kai's fingertip, swaying slightly like a golden bean. With a single thought from Yang Kai, this drop of golden blood transformed into a small arrow that instantly broke through the shackles of space and rushed towards the weak point of the bewildering array. A golden light burst forth, so bright that Yang Kai could barely open his eyes. He had no choice but to close his right eye and squint his left, nervously paying attention to what was happening. The sound of cloth tearing rang out, and Yang Kai clearly saw that the weak point of the bewildering array was directly pierced by the small arrow formed by golden blood. The power of the golden blood erupted in all directions, fiercely expanding the gap in the bewildering array. At the same time, the illusory scenery around him distorted violently, and many of the hills Yang Kai had seen before disappeared in an instant. The entire bewildering array was greatly affected. Yang Kai smiled happily and was about to rush forward when a fiery red light suddenly appeared from all directions, covering up the golden light of the golden blood. Not only that, at the same time the fiery red light struck, the originally torn gap in the bewildering array showed signs of quickly closing, as if the arrival of the red light had repaired the damage. Yang Kai became anxious. He had already used a drop of golden blood, so how could he allow the bewildering array to repair itself? Steeling his heart, Yang Kai forced out another drop of golden blood. With the addition of the second drop of golden blood, the red light was finally covered up. In the midst of this brilliant golden light, all the illusory scenery suddenly became like snowflakes under the scorching sun, quickly melting away. At the weak point of the bewildering array, a golden entrance suddenly formed. Without any hesitation, Kai Yang plunged his mouth in. After he left, the golden light gradually weakened and the bewildering array repaired itself again. After leaving his original position, Yang Kai found that he had suddenly stepped onto a straight passage. This passage was made of small stones and was smooth and flat. On both sides of the passage were the same fiery red weeds that Yang Kai had encountered before. However, the weeds here were somewhat different from the ones outside. The weeds outside were lifeless, but the weeds here were blood-red and gave off a faint, bloody smell. Yang Kai looked around and could vaguely see many skeletons lying among the weeds. Immediately, Yang Kai was shocked. He knew that these skeletons should belong to one of the cultivators who had entered Lu Yin's sandfield in the past, who had accidentally entered this place and died tragically. However, Yang Kai did not know why their skeletons would appear here instead of in the bewildering array. While he was secretly shocked, Kai Yang suddenly saw the weeds on both sides of the passage grow wildly, like a group of wild beasts dancing about. In the blink of an eye, the originally 1-foot-tall weeds grew to several feet tall, then several tens of feet tall. Their long leaves, which were as hard as knives, also became soft, like long whips. One after another, they madly swept towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled. He did not know that these weeds could actually change like this. A few days ago, he had tested the hardness and sharpness of these weeds. Even he did not dare to cut himself with these weeds, because if he used even a little force, it would leave scars on his body and he would not be able to break them. If not for this, Yang Kai would have taken them back and shown them to Young Inflammation. Young Inflammation was a strange woman and knew many things that others did not. Perhaps she would recognize these weeds. But now, the countless weeds on both sides of the passage had turned into thousands of sharp whips, so how could he remain calm? However, before he could defend himself, a layer of energy film appeared on both sides of the passage. All the grass whips were blocked by the energy film. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's expression became strange. He had thought that the bewildering array was naturally formed, and if he had not encountered it now, he would have thought so. After all, this bewildering array was so clever that even his demon eye of annihilation could not see its array core. However, the current encounter had shaken his initial conjecture. Just the energy membrane of this passage alone couldn't have been naturally formed. This was artificially arranged. and it could even be said that the bewildering array was also artificially arranged. What kind of person had such great ability? Only a Saint King realm cultivator could enter Lu Yin Sandfield. How could such a cultivator arrange such a large array? Unless that person had knowledge of spirit arrays comparable to yang inflammations. But what was the purpose of this person arranging such a thing? Yang Kai walked forward leisurely while his mind was filled with thoughts. The weeds on both sides were still madly sweeping towards him, but Yang Kai simply ignored them. Chapter 1184. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the end of the passage where there was a small stone house. Thinking that since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came, Kai Yang stepped into the stone house. By now, he was certain that everything in this passage had been artificially arranged, because this stone house was clearly built by someone. When Yang Kai entered, he was extremely cautious, secretly condensing his Saint Chi, ready to act at a moment's notice, for fear of encountering someone inside the stone house. However, after entering, Yang Kai found that there was no one inside, not even anything decent, except for a stone block. Yang Kai frowned slightly and walked back and forth inside the stone house a few times, carefully examining it for a long time, but he still couldn't find anything strange. It seemed that after breaking through the bewildering array and walking through the stone passage, he could only enter this stone house and wait for death. Yang Kai used his demon eye of annihilation again, but still found nothing. However, Kai Yang found a seed the size of a broad bean on the stone block. Reaching out and picking it up, Yang Kai found that this seed was blood red in color and gave off a strange aura. This aura was similar to the aura of the wild weeds outside. Yang Kai didn't know how many years this seed had been here, but he could still feel that it was full of vitality, so if he planted it, it should be able to survive. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai tossed it into his space ring. He had paid the price of 2 drops of golden blood to break through the weak link of the bewildering array and come here, so he couldn't just return empty-handed. This seed was some kind of consolation. Next, Yang Kai searched the stone house for a long time before finally determining that there was no way out. Did he have to go back the way he came and go deeper into the bewildering array to find another way out? When he thought about the self-repairing function of the bewildering array, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Although he was very unwilling, Kai Yang had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Dejectedly, he walked out of the stone house. But when he stepped out of the stone house, his vision suddenly blurred. The wildly dancing weeds and the passage paved with stones in front of him all disappeared, and what he saw was a red space. In the air, countless fire elemental spiritual energy flowed like spiritual snakes, and beneath his feet was a barren brown earth. Flame area. Yang Kai's spirit shook, fearing that he would fall into that illusory array again. Using his demon eye of annihilation for a 3rd time, he finally determined that he had not returned to the illusory array. Moreover, when Yang Kai looked back again, there was no longer any stone house, only a stone wall behind him. He was now standing at the foot of a barren hill, as if everything he had encountered before was just an illusion. However, Yang Kai knew that it was not an illusion because that fiery red seed was currently in his space ring. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief as he finally got out of that damned place. Even after being trapped in this bewildering array, Yang Kai was still able to find the weakest link and tear it apart. If it were any other Saint King, once they fell into this bewildering array, there would be no other way out but to wait for death, unless they were extremely proficient in spirit arrays. News of this bewildering array had not spread out, not because no one had ever entered, but because those who had entered had no ability to pass on any information to the outside world. They had all died inside, so how could they possibly transmit any information? That bewildering array could even seal space, so naturally, it was not difficult for it to block the transmission of information. As such, Yang Kai estimated that the great forces on Shadowed Star were unaware of the existence of this bewildering array. Yang Kai could only hope that Wei Gucheng, Dong Xiner, Chang Qi, Howen, and the others had not taken the same path as him, otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Just as Yang Kai was secretly rejoicing, he suddenly noticed a few figures flashing a few kilometers away. These figures seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry to rush somewhere. Yang Kai gawked for a moment before suddenly remembering that he had been trapped in this bewildering array for so many days, so the advantage he had gained with his wind and thunder wings had probably already disappeared. Elites like Wei Gucheng and Dong Xiner should have already passed him. Taking out his Yuan magnetic compass and looking at it, Yang Kai found that the direction these people were heading in was not towards the treasure area. Now, there was no point in hurrying. Yang Kai had wanted to be the first to arrive at the treasure area and search for treasures before others arrived, but he had been delayed by this bewildering array for so long, so this plan was immediately scrapped. Those people must have found something good, otherwise, they would not have been in such a hurry. Yang Kai thought for a while before following the direction these people had disappeared. Tracking people in the Lu Yin Desert was very easy because there was not much vegetation here. Besides bare hills and hills, there was nothing else. Although one's spiritual energy was greatly suppressed by the world principles here, the distance one could see with the naked eye was quite far, so there was no need to worry about losing track. The further he went, the more cultivators Yang Kai found were rushing in that direction, as if everyone had received some kind of shocking news and were converging towards a certain place. Yang Kai was curious. If it wasn't something very precious, it would be impossible to alarm so many cultivators. After all, if there were too many people, there would be conflict, and if things went wrong, they would not be able to protect their lives. Not far away, there were two second-order Saint King cultivator wearing the same uniform. Yang Kai didn't recognize which force they belonged to, but judging from their appearances, they didn't seem to be some kind of villain. Yang Kai immediately turned around and flew towards them, wanting to inquire about some information. If it wasn't something good, he wouldn't bother going over. Both of them noticed Yang Kai's actions and couldn't help secretly becoming vigilant. One of the middle-aged men frowned and looked Yang Kai up and down, but after discovering that he was just a first-order Saint King cultivator, he immediately relaxed. He wasn't afraid of a first-order Saint King, though, so the vigilance on his face quickly faded. Two friends. Yang Kai rushed over to them and cupped his fists with a smile, his expression friendly. The two didn't reject Yang Kai and nodded lightly before continuing to rush forward with him. The middle-aged man asked, "What's the matter? Why are you all running over there? Did you find something good?" Yang Kai asked bluntly. The middle-aged man smiled in surprise and replied, "We don't know the specific situation, we just followed the flow, but we just heard someone say that some brilliant fire crystal was found over there. We just don't know if it's true or not." An origin-grade high-rank material, brilliant fire crystal? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. It seems this friend is very clear about the grade of materials. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. "Oh, I've heard some seniors mention it before," Yang Kai casually said. Yang Kai said casually. Brilliant fire crystal was indeed a good material. Not only could it be used for artifact refining, but it could also be used by a fire attribute cultivator to arrange some special spirit arrays. Young Inflammation should need these things, but Yang Kai didn't care about them. However, since he had already come here, there was no harm in taking a look. If there really were brilliant fire crystal, he could collect some. After all, origin-grade high-rank materials were not easy to find. Most of the time, they couldn't be bought even if one had the money. Young Inflammation had complained that the grade of materials she used to arrange spirit arrays was too low. Although the materials brought by Qintong were all origin-grade, there were too few origin-grade high-rank ones, and even fewer origin king-grade ones. Although these things are good, you need to have the ability to collect them. The middle-aged man didn't know what he meant, but he actually said such words. "There are many people rushing over there right now, so I'm afraid there will be some conflicts. Friend, are you sure you want to go?" He seemed to see that Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, so he tried to persuade him in a roundabout way. He didn't say this maliciously or with any other intentions. He was simply trying to persuade him. This middle-aged man has a good heart. Yang Kai thought secretly, not stopping his steps as he chuckled. "Let's go take a look. Even if we can't collect them, at least we can gain some experience." Seeing Kai Yang's insistence, the other party didn't say anything else. He and Kai Yang had only met by chance, so even saying a few words of advice was already a sign of his benevolence. How could he continue to nag and annoy him? None of the three introduced themselves, nor did they intend to make friends with each other. A short time later, the three finally arrived at their destination, and when they looked around, their expressions froze. In front of them was a huge hill, several dozen meters high and 1,000 meters in length and width. At this moment, there were at least 30 cultivators on this hill who had rushed over after hearing the news. These cultivators were digging around the hill, looking for something. From time to time, someone would laugh out loud and take out pieces of red crystals of various sizes from the holes they had dug. Yang Kai could clearly see that these were indeed brilliant fire crystals. This hill looked inconspicuous, but it was actually the place where brilliant fire crystals were produced. Yang Kai really didn't know how the first person discovered it and how news of it leaked out. However, it was obvious that this place had been excavated for more than a few hours now. The hill was full of holes, and inside each of these holes, the busy figures of cultivators could be seen. Some people were happy while others were sad. Some cultivator found nothing and could only dejectedly look elsewhere to continue their search. Although the scene was lively, there were no conflicts. Everyone lived in peace, each finding a place to search for brilliant fire crystals. The situation Yang Kai imagined where people would fight over brilliant fire crystals did not occur. Over there, the middle-aged man who arrived with Yang Kai suddenly pointed to a deserted spot and quickly rushed over with his companion, took out an artifact, and used it as a shovel to dig. Yang Kai sighed slightly and slowly walked over, looking for a place where no one was paying attention, wanting to try his luck. At this time, if only the stone mongoose was here, Yang Kai wouldn't have to do anything at all. All he needed to do was release the stone mongoose, and most of the brilliant fire crystals hidden in this hill would fall into his hands. However, the stone mongoose was of great use to Yang Inflammation, so Yang Kai didn't bring it with him. Chapter 1185. After searching for about a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai ran out of the hole he had dug, a look of waning interest on his face. He found that finding brilliant fire crystals here was completely dependent on luck. Because the fire attribute aura here was too rich, the aura of brilliant fire crystals was completely obscured, making it impossible for Yang Kai to use his divine sense to investigate. Unable to use his divine sense to investigate, he could only rely on luck, greatly reducing his interest. These cultivators might be tempted by origin-grade high-rank materials, but Yang Kai wasn't. There was no need for him to waste time here for some brilliant fire crystals. It was better to go to the treasure area. Considering all this, Yang Kai was too lazy to continue digging. Before leaving, Yang Kai glanced over at the middle-aged man casually and found that their luck was off the charts. The brother and junior brother both wore joyful looks on their faces, obviously having a great harvest. Not bothering them anymore, Yang Kai left the hill alone. As he walked forward, from time to time, he would run into some cultivator who had received news about what he had found. These cultivators would constantly pull Yang Kai aside and ask him questions, annoying him greatly. These people clearly saw that Yang Kai was alone and his cultivation wasn't high, so they didn't take him seriously. However, these people were only asking questions, and Yang Kai didn't want to kill them all, so he could only avoid them. At this time, Yang Kai didn't use his wind and thunder wings again as more and more people gathered here. The wind and thunder wings were too conspicuous, and if they were seen by others, it would likely cause a disturbance. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of trouble, but he also didn't want to cause any trouble, so he obediently used his 2 feet to hurry along. 2 days later, while Yang Kai was hurrying along, he suddenly heard the sound of clothes fluttering behind him, as if someone was running at full speed. Moreover, judging from the movement, this person was actually heading straight in his direction. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stopped and looked back. In the blink of an eye, a figure landed in front of Kai Yang after leaping up and down the hill behind him. When their 4 eyes met, Yang Kai immediately recognized this person. This person was actually the second-order Saint King middle-aged man he had met a few days ago. Yang Kai had a good impression of this middle-aged man whom he had met by chance. After all, the other party had even tried to persuade him back then, so his intentions were quite good. Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling and was just about to greet him when his face suddenly sank. He found that the other party's condition was somewhat off. The Saint Chi in this man's body was chaotic, and his expression was panicked. He also seemed to be injured. His shoulder was bleeding, and half of his clothes red. Furthermore, his eyes were also crimson red. They were filled with anger and unwillingness. After seeing Yang Kai, the middle-aged man was slightly taken aback, as if he hadn't expected someone to be here. A trace of guilt and annoyance flashed across his eyes as he stamped his foot and anxiously said, "If you don't want to die, then leave quickly." After saying this, he didn't stay any longer, turning around and flying off to the left. Yang Kai was confused, but soon he understood what was going on. Less than 30 breaths after the middle-aged man ran off, a group of 4 or 5 cultivators wearing dark green robes arrived in front of Yang Kai. The leader of this group was a young man who seemed to be about the same age as Yang Kai, but his true age was unclear. This young man's face was cold and gloomy, and he was clearly a third-order Saint King. Beside him were several men and women, all of them second-order Saint Kings. As soon as he saw this young man, Yang Kai felt that he was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the young man shouted impolitely, "Speak! Which direction did that person run off in?" Yang Kai's face went cold. The other party's impolite questioning made him feel very disgusted. Not to mention that Yang Kai and this middle-aged man had only met once, so it was impossible for him to betray him. Even if they were strangers, Yang Kai wouldn't answer. "Brother Meng, over here." A young woman in this group suddenly pointed in the direction the middle-aged man had fled because there were a few drops of blood spilled in that direction. "Humph!" The young man called Brother Meng coldly snorted and led his group in pursuit, but before he left, he waved his hand and a golden light suddenly shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was furious and stretched out his hand in front of him, summoning a grand heavenly shield to block this attack. However, the grand heavenly shield condensed from Yang Kai's Saint Chi was unable to completely resist this golden light, and with a cracking sound, the grand heavenly shield nearly shattered. Yang Kai was stunned, and by the time he recovered, the other party had already run far away. Brother Ming also seemed very surprised that he had failed to kill Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King cultivator, and turned back to stare coldly at Yang Kai, as if trying to remember his appearance. However, chasing after the middle-aged man was the most important thing right now, so he didn't bother with Yang Kai any longer. In an instant, the group of 4 or 5 people chased after the middle-aged man. Yang Kai stood in place and thought carefully. He felt like he had seen this young man somewhere before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt so familiar. After a while, he finally remembered and couldn't help feeling a bit excited, quickly chasing after them. Whether it was because of this young man or because of the middle-aged man, Yang Kai wasn't ready to give up. The middle-aged man was indeed a good person. Before, he had tried to persuade Yang Kai out of goodwill, and when he encountered Yang Kai just now, he had even asked him to quickly leave. There was a clear look of guilt in his eyes, clearly because he had run in front of Yang Kai and implicated Yang Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed direction at the last moment. The other party had good intentions, so Yang Kai would naturally return the favor. After a short chase, Yang Kai easily caught up. Because the middle-aged man was basically an arrow at the end of its flight, he couldn't have run far. At this moment, Brother Ming was leading a few junior brothers and junior sisters to surround him and attack him. The middle-aged man's cultivation wasn't high, but the defensive artifact armor he was wearing was quite good and had resisted many fatal blows for him. Even so, at this moment, the defensive artifact armor had almost lost its luster and was on the verge of losing its defensive function. Brother Ming, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face and did not join forces with his sect brothers, instead standing in place with his hands behind his back, a look of ridicule on his face. Fortunately, he hadn't taken action, otherwise, the middle-aged man wouldn't have been able to resist. "Meng Hongliang, you'll die a horrible death." The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood after taking a blow from the young woman, who had just spoken and roared in grief and indignation. This sentence caused the young man named Meng Hongliang to narrow his eyes and coldly order, "Don't be in a hurry to kill him. Just play with him and let him know the consequences of offending my Imperial City sect." Yes. The several Imperial City sect cultivators who were besieging the middle-aged man heard this and immediately slowed down their attacks, instead using the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse to humiliate the middle-aged man. constantly causing him some small pain but not immediately fatal injuries. Ming Hongliang, I've already given you the brilliant fire crystal essence. Why must you be so ruthless? Why do you want to kill my junior brother? The middle-aged man tried his best to avoid the attacks of these people, but the wounds on his body kept increasing and his complexion gradually turned pale due to excessive blood loss. Humph! Ming Hongliang coldly snorted. Do you think you're qualified to possess something as precious as brilliant fire crystal essence? Moreover, the fewer people who know about this, the better. You can only blame your brother and junior brother's good luck for finding such a good thing, but your luck is simply too bad. Not only did you find it, but I also found it. Haha, only I can possess this brilliant fire crystal essence. You two, brother and junior brother, should not be lonely even if you go to the Yellow Springs together. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The middle-aged man roared, and the remaining light from his artifact armor finally dimmed, and after taking another blow, it began to collapse. This defensive artifact armor had been thoroughly damaged, and there was no possibility of repairing it. Kill him. A long night may bring many dreams. Meng Hongliang was no longer in the mood to tangle with the middle-aged man and ordered lightly. The attacks of the several imperial sect disciples surrounding the middle-aged man suddenly became violent, as they pushed their Saint Chi and bombarded the middle-aged man with killing intent. The middle-aged man seemed to feel that he would not be able to escape this calamity and did not resist anymore. Before he died, he still glared at Meng Hongliang with a pair of red eyes, as if he wanted to carve his image into the depths of his soul so he could seek revenge after he was reincarnated. Just as the middle-aged man was about to die, a shield formed from burning black flames suddenly appeared around the middle-aged man and blocked all of the killing moves. One of the imperial sect disciples was unable to withdraw his attack and slammed his palm into the black flame shield. The shield remained unscathed while the cultivator jumped up like a frightened rabbit and screamed loudly. Everyone looked over, and their eyes were immediately filled with fear and shock. At this moment, the burning black fire was actually rapidly spreading from the warrior's palm to his body. Wherever the black fire passed, his arms and shoulders were immediately burned to ashes. Soon, it had spread to his chest. It seemed that there was no way for him to survive. Brother Ming, save me. The cultivator realized that the situation was bad and hurriedly ran towards Meng Hongliang, who was the strongest among them, hoping he could save his life. But how could Meng Hongliang let him get close? The black flame was extremely strange, causing him great dread. Seeing his fellow disciple rushing towards him, Meng Hongliang's expression changed several times as a fierce light flashed across his eyes. Retreating a few steps, Meng Hongliang raised his hand and shot a golden light into the cultivator's head. The cultivator who was running towards him immediately fell to the ground, his eyes bulging, as if he had never expected his brother to do such a thing to him. In the blink of an eye, his body was completely swallowed by the demonic flames. The remaining men and women all turned pale. On one hand, it was because of the tyrannical power of this demonic flame, and on the other hand, it was because they had personally witnessed Meng Hongliang kill their fellow disciples. For a time, all of them were stunned as they stared at Meng Hongliang in disbelief. Chapter 1186. Vicious and merciless, friends' methods aren't bad. Yang Kai walked out with a sneer on his face as he stared at Meng Hongliang coldly. He hadn't expected that this person would be so vicious to his fellow sect brother. It seemed he really wasn't a good person. Walking over to the middle-aged man, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The middle-aged man was also dumbfounded at this moment. He had thought he was going to die, but someone had actually run out to save him, and the person who had saved him was Yang Kai, a stranger he had met by chance, giving him a strange feeling for a while. Go to the side and heal yourself first. Yang Kai saw the middle-aged man's miserable appearance and knew he had almost no Saint Chi left, so he tossed him a healing pill and said faintly, "But you." The middle-aged man took the pill with a hesitant look. Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, so the middle-aged man was afraid this young man who had rushed out to save his life would suffer an accident. After all, Meng Hongliang wasn't someone to be trifled with. But when he remembered the power of the black flames and looked at Yang Kai's calm expression, the middle-aged man suddenly nodded. Good. Saying so, he walked over to the side, swallowed the pill, and sat down to meditate. He didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on to face so many people from Imperial City Sect, but since he dared to act, he definitely didn't put Ming Hongliang and the others in his eyes. He subconsciously thought that Yang Kai came from some top force and was the son of an important figure in that force. If this was the case, all he needed to do was say his name, and Ming Hongliang would never dare to provoke him. Although Imperial City Sect was strong, it wasn't a first-class force on Shadowed Star, barely above average. On top of that, Ming Hongliang was just someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. So naturally, he wouldn't dare provoke such a strong enemy. Sure enough, Ming Hongliang's expression became gloomy as he carefully observed Yang Kai, comparing him to all the famous young talents of Shadowed Star in his mind, but was unable to find a suitable figure. Coupled with the strange looks his fellow disciples were giving him, Ming Hongliang couldn't help shouting, "Your Excellency killed my fellow disciples. What intentions do you have?" Yang Kai sneered and slowly shook his head. "What you're saying isn't right. The one who killed that person wasn't me, but you. And, although he would have died even if you hadn't done anything, the cause of his death was still your doing. It has nothing to do with me." Ming Hongliang's face alternated between red and green as he gritted his teeth. "If it weren't for you secretly plotting against me, why would I do that?" After saying this, his expression suddenly calmed down and he nodded. "That's right. I killed junior brother Qi, but I simply couldn't bear to see him suffer the pain of being burned again, so I decided to release him as soon as possible." He had actually found a reason to kill him. When he said this, the men and women from Imperial City Sect all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although they still felt that it was inappropriate to kill a fellow disciple, after hearing this reason, they felt much better. They had all seen what had happened to junior brother Qi and knew that even if Ming Hongliang hadn't acted, he would have died anyway, so they all gathered around Ming Hongliang. Ming Hongliang sneered. In the blink of an eye, he had broken free from the whirlpool of murdering his fellow sect brother. Still possessing some ability to argue, he stared at Yang Kai coldly and slowly said, "Which sect does this friend come from? If it is convenient, can you reveal it? Although my Imperial City Sect is not a great sect, many of the elders in the sect have a wide range of friends. If this friend is from a sect, I ask that you not intervene in this matter." "Brother Ming, I know who he is." The young woman's brow furrowed slightly. Since approaching Ming Hongliang, her beautiful eyes had been focused on Yang Kai, a look of dread filling her face. Hearing her say this, Ming Hongliang immediately asked in a low voice. The young woman didn't conceal anything and simply recounted the conflict between Blue Sparrow Sect's Yinjian and Yang Kai before Lu Yin opened the sandfield. At that time, the young woman was not far away and had clearly seen what had happened, so she immediately recognized Yang Kai. "Shadow Moon Hall?" Ming Hongliang was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly as his expression became ugly. Although Shadow Moon Hall wasn't a top force, it was far more powerful than Imperial City Sect. Shadow Moon Hall had many Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters, an existence that Imperial City Sect couldn't compare to. The two sects were separated by thousands of kilometers and usually didn't have much contact with each other. But when he heard the young woman say that Shadow Moon Hall's top genius, Wei Guchang, stood up for Yang Kai, Ming Hongliang couldn't help hesitating. If Wei Guchang came to Imperial City Sect to find trouble with him, it would be difficult to deal with. But now that things had developed to this point, his own sect brother had been ruthlessly killed by him, so retreating with his tail between his legs was a bit inappropriate. What's more, he didn't want the news of the brilliant fire crystal essence to leak out. It was for this reason that he had tried to kill the middle-aged man's brother after obtaining the brilliant fire crystal essence. Only the dead would reveal their secrets. But he said it himself, that he is not from the Shadow Moon Palace. The young woman's face was filled with puzzlement as she said softly, "Not from Shadow Moon Hall?" Ming Hongliang's eyes lit up. "Yes, I'm not from Shadow Moon Hall." Yang Kai stood there with an arrogant look on his face. When Ming Hongliang and the young woman were talking, he didn't interrupt until now. "Wei Guchang and I only have a small friendship. You don't need to worry about him finding trouble with you." Ming Hongliang's face couldn't help turning cold when Yang Kai saw through his thoughts, his eyes flashing as he hesitated. When the middle-aged man, who was meditating to recover from his injuries, heard this, he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood in anger from Yang Kai. Originally, when the situation had eased, the middle-aged man was secretly delighted, thinking that his guess was correct. This young man who had come to save him really had some background. As long as this young man didn't say anything else, with Meng Hongliang's personality, he would definitely give up. If that was the case, he and this young man who had come to save him would be able to escape safely. As for revenge, that would naturally be left for later. But he hadn't expected this young man to be such a fool, actually blowing up his only hope in one breath. How could Meng Hongliang let him off so easily? Without a strong backer, with his first-order Saint King cultivation, he would die without a doubt. For a moment, the middle-aged man was both angry and anxious. He had never seen such a stupid guy before. However, the other party had come to save him, so he had been dragged into this mess. The middle-aged man could only sigh and secretly decide to restore his strength as soon as possible. Once Meng Hongliang attacked, he would do his best to delay these people and allow Yang Kai to escape. On the other side, Meng Hongliang, whose face was constantly changing, finally came to a decision, his expression gradually becoming firm as he gloomily stared at Yang Kai and said, "Shadow Moon Hall, so what? Wei Guchong? If I want to kill you today, you won't live past tomorrow." As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Be careful of his black flames. Don't give him a chance to send out a message." He was going to shed all pretenses of cordiality and kill them to silence them. It had to be said that he was a very careful person. While he ordered his junior brothers and sisters to attack, a hidden golden light appeared on his hand. Meng Hongliang was extremely wary of this demonic flame and was only preparing to let his junior brothers distract Yang Kai while he launched a sneak attack to kill him. Furthermore, he absolutely couldn't give Yang Kai time to take out his compass artifact to send out a message, otherwise everything would be for naught. Once Meng Hongliang's order was given, the next moment, 4 second-order Saint Kings rushed towards Yang Kai with murderous intent, all 4 of them pushing their Saint Chi as they activated their defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Most of the cultivators who dared to enter the flowing flame sand field were wearing defensive artifact armors. These artifact armors could easily resist the invasion of the fire poison and had a very strong defensive effect. At the very least, when these cultivators fought against cultivators of the same level, they often relied on these artifact armors to protect them from harm. The black flames were too terrifying, and although the 4 of them rushed forward, none of them dared to approach Yang Kai. The young woman casually took out a whip-like artifact and swung it, releasing a faint thunderous sound as it transformed into a blue streak of light that shot towards Yang Kai, a ruthless look filling her pretty face. The other 3 also used long-range offensive artifacts and martial skills to bombard Yang Kai's position. At the same time, a golden light quietly shot out from Meng Hongliang's hand. It was unknown what kind of trick he used, but the moment this golden light shot out, it was actually covered up. 4 second-order Saint Kings and 1 third-order Saint King joining forces to attack a first-order Saint King. The result was obvious. As such, after taking action, Meng Hongliang's lips curled into a smile. But in the next moment, his smile stiffened on his face. He saw a sword made of black flames appear in the hands of the besieged youth. He slashed out a pitch-black sword ray that seemed to want to devour all light. Not only did it scatter the attacks of his 2 junior brothers, the sword ray also directly cut through their bodies as if it were rotten wood. Their defensive artifact armors were as fragile as paper, and even the Saint Chi they had been circulating around their bodies was unable to play any defensive role. The bodies of these 2 junior brothers were cut in half in an instant. This was not the end. A black spear appeared in the man's hand. He seemed to have casually thrown it, and the spear broke through the young woman's whip. The long whip bounced back and directly pierced a hole in the young woman's abdomen. From beginning to end, this young woman didn't even have time to react. Soon after, a purple shield appeared beside him. Ding ding dang dang dang. A series of crisp sounds rang out as sparks flew from the purple shield, accompanied by a flash of golden light. The shield was intact, but the golden light returned to Meng Hongliang's position. Yang Kai frowned, knowing that this Meng Hongliang's artifact was really extraordinary. Before, when he had been attacked by this golden light, his grand heavenly shield had almost been shattered. Now, Yang Kai naturally didn't dare act carelessly and immediately summoned his purple shield to defend himself. Taking a quick glance, Yang Kai realized that this was actually a flying needle artifact as thin as an ox's hair. This type of artifact was quite rare. Because flying needle artifacts were quite weak, artifact refiners needed to refine a large number of them in order to create effective damage, and the more they refined, the more difficult it would be to refine them. Chapter 1187. Flying needle artifacts were rare, but it was undeniable that flying needles were the best artifacts for breaking through defenses and were also the most suitable for breaking through a cultivator's protective Saint Chi. No wonder that golden light almost broke through the grand heavenly shield. So it was this kind of thing, Yang Kai suddenly realized. While Yang Kai was stunned, the only Imperial City sect disciple who had not been killed by him had enough time to react. 4 of his fellow disciples had attacked together, but 3 of them had been killed in an instant. If it weren't for Brother Ming's sneak attack diverting this guy's attention, this Imperial City sect disciple felt he would have died already. How could he dare to stay where he was? With a look of horror on his face, he quickly retreated. In an instant, he had retreated more than 100 meters away. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a pitch-black rope suddenly came down on him. That rope seemed to have sealed off all his escape routes, making him unable to move at all. With a whoosh, the black rope wrapped around his entire body. Only at this moment did he see that this black rope was actually condensed from black flames. Remembering what had happened to Junior Brother Chi before, this Imperial City sect disciple's face instantly paled. Opening his mouth, this Imperial City sect disciple was unable to make a sound as the demonic flame not only burned his body to ashes, but also his soul. The 9 Heavens divine skills imprisoning Heaven Lock had the power to bind one's soul, and was a martial skill specifically designed to capture fleeing enemies. Coupled with Yang Kai's unique Saint Chi, the imprisoning Heaven Lock's power had been reborn. In the blink of an eye, the 4 people who had besieged Yang Kai were all wiped out. Meng Hongliang's eyes trembled violently as a look of disbelief and panic appeared on his face. The middle-aged man who had been meditating and healing just happened to rush over to Yang Kai's side at this moment. The moment the 4 Imperial City sect disciples attacked, he had rushed over to help Yang Kai, but how could he have known that there would be no place for him in this battle? By the time he arrived, all 4 of his fellow disciples were dead, and even Meng Hongliang's sneak attack had failed. The middle-aged man's expression wasn't much better than Meng Hongliang's. The only difference was that he wasn't afraid of Yang Kai. He just looked at him from head to toe as if he was looking at a monster. At this moment, he understood that Yang Kai was not an idiot. He did not need to rely on the name of the Shadow Moon Hall to protect himself because he had the ability to kill everyone present. Could it be? Meng Hongliang's face suddenly paled, but he didn't finish his sentence. Yang Kai didn't know what he wanted to say, but after he finished speaking, Meng Hongliang hurriedly cupped his fists and hurriedly said, "This Meng has offended you. Please don't take offense. Today's matter, only the heavens, earth, you, and I know about it. This Meng will not reveal it to a third person, so please let this Meng off." As he said this, he didn't wait for Yang Kai to respond and immediately retreated. He avoided Yang Kai as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. His face was full of horror. "You want to leave?" Yang Kai sneered and fiercely pushed his palm forward. With things having gotten to this point, how could he allow this Meng Hongliang to escape unscathed? Whether it was because of this person's attitude and killing intent towards him, or because he wanted to silence him, the moment Yang Kai recognized this person, he had already made up his mind not to let him live. This person had only himself to blame for provoking him. A huge palm print descended from the sky, covering the entire world, as well as the light in front of Meng Hongliang. This palm print contained enough power to destroy the heavens and earth, causing Meng Hongliang's mind to tremble as an aura of death filled his heart. Letting out a strange cry, the golden light in his hand shot out again. Countless thin needles pierced through the air, emitting a sizzling sound. Immediately, a golden light erupted as the needles converged in midair, condensing into a long sword, the tip of the sword trembling as it met the heaven-covering hand's palm print head-on. With a loud bang, The golden light dimmed, but the heaven-covering hand seemed to have a hole pierced through it, allowing Ming Hongliang to take this opportunity to break free from this oppressive shackles and quickly flee. His figure had only moved a few dozen meters when a burning hot and evil aura rushed towards him from behind. Turning his head to look, Ming Hongliang's soul nearly jumped out of his body. At some unknown time, this enemy had appeared behind him, a long sword covered in black flames thrusting towards him. Ming Hongliang's body felt like it was burning hot, but even more so because of this evil aura. Ming Hongliang finally understood why junior brother Qi had panicked so much before his death. Looking down, all Ming Hongliang saw was a black sword tip protruding from his chest, and with that position as its center, a raging fire was quickly spreading throughout his body, without waiting for Ming Hongliang's body to be completely incinerated. Yang Kai directly snatched his space ring and impatiently swept it with his divine sense, suddenly grinning happily. Ming Hongliang's space ring did not have many good things. His space ring was similar to that of the 3 Xie family masters Yang Kai had killed before, basically filled with restorative pills and saint crystals, as well as a dozen or so fire crystal stones of various sizes. However, inside Ming Hongliang's space ring, there was another fire crystal that gave off a burning hot aura. This was not a fire crystal stone from a fire spirit beast, but rather brilliant fire crystal essence, an origin king grade material. Brilliant fire crystal was only an origin grade material, and depending on its quality, it could be classified into high, medium, or low rank. Below the hill Yang Kai had been to before, there should be a brilliant fire crystal lode. There was a very small chance that a brilliant fire crystal lode would produce brilliant fire crystal essence, which was a much higher grade material. Judging from the color of this brilliant fire crystal essence, it was only an origin king grade low rank material, but even so, it was still extremely rare on Shadowed Star. No wonder Yang Kai had snatched it from this middle-aged man and even tried to kill him to silence him. Yang Kai casually threw this brilliant fire crystal essence into his space ring before taking out a piece of the map fragment. What really made Yang Kai happy was this map fragment, the one that had once appeared at the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction. At that time, this map fragment was bought by a second-order Saint King. Before the auction ended, this second-order Saint King had quietly slipped away but was followed by countless people. In the end, this map fragment was obtained by a young man, Ming Hongliang. When Yang Kai saw Ming Hongliang for the first time, he didn't remember who he was, only feeling that the other party looked familiar, but soon remembered what happened outside Heavenly Fate City. At that time, after the map fragment was taken away by Ming Hongliang, Yang Kai no longer had any expectations. After all, whether the location indicated on this map fragment could be found was still unknown, and whether there was anything good there was no way to know. Everything was unknown, so Yang Kai felt there was no need to waste his energy and effort on an uncertain map fragment. But Kai Yang really hadn't thought that this map fragment would end up in his hands after going through so many people's hands. Yang Yuan still had another map fragment in his hands, so if he pieced the two together, he should be able to find some clues. When he had some free time in the future, he would search for it and perhaps find some opportunities. While Yang Kai was searching through the other party's space ring, the middle-aged man was extremely surprised. Yang Kai's actions at this moment were no different from a bandit's. However, he didn't think much of it. Murdering others for treasures was normal. After Yang Kai finished, the middle-aged man walked over weakly and cupped his fists. Extreme Path Sect's Huang Shi ran, thanks friend for saving me. If it weren't for you, this Huang would not have been able to escape this calamity. Please accept this Huang's bow. Saying so, he bowed respectfully to Yang Kai. It wasn't a big deal, brother Huang is too polite. Yang Kai smiled and helped him up. Although Huang Shiran's face showed some relief, there was even more sadness as he said in a low voice, "Of course, if it weren't for this friend, junior brother's revenge would not have been possible. Perhaps no one in this world would know that it was Ming Hongliang who killed my brother and junior brother." Yang Kai gently nodded. How could you be so careless and let him know you found the brilliant fire crystal essence? Speaking of this, Huang Shiran's face became even more gloomy as he smiled bitterly. We were careful enough. Junior brother and I were lucky enough to find a lot of brilliant fire crystal in the area we found. Not long after you left, friend, We even managed to collect some brilliant fire crystal essence. At that time, we carefully hid it and immediately left with junior brother. But on the way out, we ran into Meng Hongliang, who had received the news and was rushing over. He saw that there were many people on that hill, so he decided to rob us and ask us to give him our rings. The brilliant fire crystal essence was in junior brother's ring, but junior brother was naturally unwilling. So Meng Hongliang killed junior brother, and the brilliant fire crystal essence fell into his hands. This Huang was no match for him and had no choice but to flee. So that's how it is. This was exactly what the heavens were talking about. Huang Shiran and his senior apprentice brother were not to be blamed for revealing their wealth. It was just that their luck was really bad. I haven't asked for this friend's honored name. Huang Shiran cupped his fists solemnly. Yang Kai had saved him and even helped him get revenge, so Huang Shiran was naturally grateful. On top of that, Yang Kai was obviously not an ordinary cultivator, so Huang Shiran wanted to make friends with him. Yang Kai. So it's Brother Yang, could it be? Huang Shiran hesitated for a moment before suddenly shaking and laughing. This Huang has been rude, Brother Yang. Please don't take offense. Yang Kai looked at him strangely, confused. Meng Hongliang had said the same thing a moment ago, and now Huang Shiran was saying the same thing. Did the two of them have some kind of misunderstanding about who he was? However, Yang Kai was too lazy to bother with these things, so he simply asked, "What does Brother Huang plan to do now?" Huang Shiran thought seriously for a moment before replying, "First, I'll find a place to heal. In this Huang's current state, I can't go any deeper into the flame area. If I go any further, my injuries will only worsen. Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about this Huang. I can contact the other brothers of the Extreme Peak sect. Perhaps there are other brothers and sisters nearby." "That's also good." Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fists. "Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first." "Brother Yang, please do as you wish. If there is a chance in the future, Brother Yang, please come to my Extreme Path sect and this Huang will welcome you with open arms." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not saying anything, before turning around and rushing off in the direction of the treasure area. Looking at Yang Kai's back, Huang Shiran felt an inexplicable excitement. Like Meng Hongliang, he believed that Yang Kai was from that place. Otherwise, how could a First-Order Saint King easily kill 5 opponents whose cultivations were far higher than his? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.